The Battle of Midway is widely considered the most decisive engagement of the Pacific War, as it completely curtailed any Japanese attempts of expansion into the Central Pacific. But although Admiral Yamamoto's naval force had been crippled, the Americans still needed to prove that they were up to the task of leading the Allied war effort in the Pacific. They had already shown their military might at sea, but only a land victory, only the liberation of some previously conquered ground, could give them enough confidence to bring the war deep into the heart of the Japanese Empire. Guadalcanal, a tiny island covered by dense jungles and mangrove swamps, was going to be that decisive victory, the one that would completely throw the once invaders onto the defensive, the first of many offensive operations for the Allies in the Pacific. Thus, join us as we cover the Guadalcanal campaign in its full depth, from the original plans behind Operation Watchtower to the final Japanese evacuation of the island. These long videos are very difficult to make, so we hope that you'll give us your comments, likes and shares, and will consider joining our Patreon or YouTube membership, links in the description. Even better, support us by eating some delicious snacks. How? Well, while the Japanese Empire was defeated through campaigns such as Guadalcanal, a slice of Japan is still on its way to you because this documentary is sponsored by Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. These are monthly snack boxes that bring a taste of Japan into your life. Tokyo Treat features limited edition seasonal picks popular in Japan, while Sakura Co focuses on traditional favorites and regional specialities. Let's see this month's selection. Tokyo Treat brings you the Sakura Starlight Snack Fest, based on the sweets of cherry blossom festivals. Between the chips, truffles, and Japanese delicacies, our favorite thing was the Banana Caramel Kit Kat, which is based on the chocolate bananas sold at these festivals. Sakura Co have a similar theme with their Moonlit Sakura box, with traditional Sakura festival snacks such as Mame Mochi and Sakura Uiro. The best part is the peach hibiscus tea, which you can enjoy with the serene tea glass that comes with the box. Both boxes come with well-produced guides on the snacks themselves and the culture of Yozakura, the festivals inspiring this month's picks. Don't miss out on this chance to get a bit of springtime in Japan delivered right to your door with Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co, or send them to someone as a nice gift. Just use our links in the description. The start of the Pacific War had been a complete disaster for the Allied nations, as the Japanese Empire had been able to vastly expand its influence across the Pacific Ocean with the conquests of the Philippines, British Malaya, New Britain, Burma, and the Dutch East Indies. Suffering defeat after defeat, the Allied nations wondered if they could ever take the initiative against such an unstoppable Japanese behemoth. After June 7th, however, the victory at Midway would show that the situation had changed, and that it was now favourable to finally take the offensive. Yet there was still the matter of what would be the objective of the operation, a target that should justify the employment of the limited resources available. To the north, the Japanese presence in the Aleutians was worrying, but the danger was remote, and the possibility of strategic gain was very small. In the Central Pacific, the IJN was still seen as an enemy too strong to defeat, and the danger to Hawaii was tiny due to the recent triumph at Midway. To the south, at last, the danger against New Guinea and Australia was imminent, something that would end up determining the choice of the Allied objective. While MacArthur and Blamey planned the defense of New Guinea and a possible counterattack to recapture Lae and Salamaua, Admirals Nimitz and King were also planning to conduct their own offensive against the southern Solomon Islands, intended to open a path for an eventual drive against Rabaul, the major Japanese base in the South Pacific. From the start of the war, the British believed that King staunchly opposed the strategy of Europe first, but the American admiral actually strongly believed in it. It was his aggressive style that made him uneasy about leaving any resources idle in the Atlantic if they could be used in the Pacific. In that regard, he argued that some sort of offensive against Japan should be conducted to prevent the enemy from becoming so firmly entrenched that it would be extremely difficult to dislodge them. To appease the army planners, he had successfully established a series of strongpoints in the South Pacific, from where he intended to launch the drive northwards into the Solomons, using only marine forces for it. Yet concurrently, General MacArthur also had his own plans for an offensive in the region. On June 8th, he presented his plans for a full-scale assault against New Britain and New Ireland, intended to gain control of Rabaul and the strategic Bismarck archipelago in just 14 days. For this, he requested a division trained for amphibious operations, possibly the 1st Marine Division, and 3 carriers to support the offensive. This bold plan, codenamed Tulsa, had the support of the Army Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, and was very well received in Washington. Everyone there agreed on the desirability of the operation and the need for speed, but a conflict soon erupted with Admiral King, who wanted the operation to be commanded by the Navy, as it was primarily of a naval and amphibious character. MacArthur disagreed with this and wanted the Army to lead the offensive. After all, the objective of the operation did fall into his area of command. Thus, with the issue of command soon becoming a contest between Army and Navy, MacArthur was denied the Marine Division and the aircraft carriers that he had requested. Another reason this plan was opposed is because King, with the support of Rear Admiral Charles Cook, Chief of the Navy War Plans Division, pointed out that the enemy air bases in the region were too strong and could therefore place the carriers in grave danger. For them, it would be safer to go slowly up the Solomons to Rabaul, eliminating the enemy air bases as they went along. MacArthur had to agree on this matter, recognizing the necessity of gaining positions on the Solomons and on the north coast of New Guinea as the preliminary steps for an invasion of New Britain. But on the subject of command, he would definitely not yield. His first draft of Operation Tulsa, though, would be rapidly discarded nonetheless, as it needed revision for the excessively rapid timing of the operation. With no compromise reached, on June 25th, Admiral King submitted his own draft for the invasion of the Solomons, to be carried out exclusively by Marines and Navy units, and with some support from MacArthur's aircraft, ships and submarines. Such was his resolution that he went ahead and ordered Nimitz to commence preparations for the forthcoming operation. Marshall didn't oppose this plan, but he kept MacArthur's claim to command of the offensive. Yet King responded to him that he didn't need MacArthur or his forces for the operation, bluntly warning that he was ready to open the offensive at any time. When MacArthur discovered this, he rapidly refused to grant any support for the invasion of the Solomons, and he outright accused the Navy of hoping to gain complete control over national defense and reduce the army to a training and supply organization. In response, Marshall quickly appeased him by reminding him of his duty to fight the Japanese in the war, and then set up to work on a compromise between Army and Navy. On June 30th, he personally met with Admiral King to discuss the matter, and finally struck a compromise on the troublesome question of command. Thus, on July 2nd, a directive was issued by the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the New Britain, New Ireland, New Guinea offensive to be conducted in 3 phases. Under the command of Vice Admiral Robert Gormley and his South Pacific area, called for an assault on Tulagi and the various Solomons, which would be the stepping stone for the whole operation. The second phase was the seizure of Lai, Salamaua, the northeastern coast of New Guinea, and the remainder of the Solomon Islands, which would be conducted by MacArthur and his Southwest Pacific area, although exactly when this shift of command would happen was reserved for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And the third phase, which was the final attack on Rabaul and its adjacent positions, would also be under MacArthur's command. This diplomatic victory by Marshall would lay the foundations for the future operations against the Japanese, which would see some of the most bitter fighting of the entire Pacific War. After this compromise was reached, Admiral Gormley and General MacArthur met in a conference in which both commanders agreed that the offensive should be postponed until the American strength in the South Pacific area had been built up sufficiently to provide adequate support for the operation, especially in the matter of air power. This request was promptly denied by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as it was imperative that the operation be commenced as soon as possible, so they would only allow to set back the date to August 7th. Gormley would, however, be reinforced with shipborne aircraft and surface forces, including some 35 heavy bombers from Hawaii. and he would also receive MacArthur's pledge to support him with his own naval forces. Additionally, Major General Millard Harmon would be appointed to command army forces in the South Pacific area, proving to be a fortuitous choice due to the excellent cooperation that he would show in the future. With the plans for the offensive now beginning their implementation, Operation Watchtower was finally born. Meanwhile, Admiral Inouye and his 4th Fleet also continued to make preparations for what he had always been expecting, an American offensive against the South Pacific. As we'll recall, Inouye was a very air-minded commander, believing that the security of the new borders of the Japanese Empire lay with the construction and usage of a great number of fortified airfields. In that regard, he had previously expanded into Lae, Salamaua, Tulagi, Buka, and Bougainville, constructing important seaplane bases and airfields in these places. From Tulagi, the Japanese reported in May that the island of Guadalcanal was amenable for the installation of an advanced airbase, so Inouye would elect to place another base near the mouth of the Lunga River, with the first body of Japanese soldiers arriving to the island on June 8th to survey the area. On July 6th, the main Japanese convoy would finally arrive with personnel and equipment for the construction of the airbase, including 1,350 men from Captain Monzen Kane's 13th Construction Unit and 1,221 men from Lieutenant Commander Okamura Tokunaga's 11th Construction Unit. Due to the reorganization of the combined fleet that was carried out in July, Inouye and his 4th Fleet would then be replaced by the 8th Fleet of Admiral Mikawa, who wouldn't have much time to prepare before the commencement of hostilities in his new area of command. Yet the plans laid out by Inouye for the construction of a new base in Guadalcanal would still be carried out during this period of transition. Interestingly enough, upon assuming command, Mikawa had predicted that Guadalcanal would be attacked before the completion of the airbase, but the leading commanders of the IJN discarded this prediction, as they still believed that the Allies would mount no serious counterattack before 1943. The presence of the Japanese in Guadalcanal would later be reported by Australian coast watchers on the island, and as the invaders constructed their new base, the Americans prepared to rapidly expel them from there with the execution of Operation Watchtower, just as Mikawa had foreseen. For this, Gormley was assigned the understrength 1st Marine Division of Major General Alexander Vandegrift, which was in the process of getting transferred to protect New Zealand. Vandegrift was to be reinforced by the 2nd Marine Regiment and the 3rd Defence Battalion as a reserve, totaling some 19,000 Marines at his command. He was also to be supported by a small but powerful fleet consisting of 3 aircraft carriers, 1 battleship, and a number of destroyers and cruisers, under the overall command of the veteran of Midway and the Coral Sea, the now Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher. As we've mentioned, the air strength that Gormley enjoyed was by no means adequate. In addition to the 250 planes of the carrier force of Rear Admiral Lee Noyes, Gormley had at his disposal 114 Navy and Marine planes, 133 Army planes, and 30 New Zealander planes, totaling some 277 aircraft under the command of Rear Admiral John McCain. Employing the scant information gathered from the personal knowledge of former residents and travellers of the area, Gormley had planned to carry out 2 amphibious invasions, one against Tulagi and the other against Guadalcanal. For the Tulagi invasion, General Vandegrift assigned Brigadier General William Rupertus to command Group Yoke, consisting of the 1st Raider Battalion, the 1st Parachute Battalion, and the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment, units that were considered amongst the best of the division. Meanwhile, Vandegrift himself would lead Group X-Ray in the invasion of Guadalcanal, having at his disposal the rest of the reinforced division. The landings would not enjoy adequate air and surface support, so the Marines would have to unload all transports during the first 3 days. In the meantime, Gormley had directed all his dispersed forces to rendezvous by July 26th at a position south of Fiji, where they couldn't be observed by the Japanese. In a meeting at the Saratoga, Admiral Fletcher, who didn't believe the operation was going to succeed since it hadn't been thoroughly planned, would then announce that his carriers were to stay in the area only for a period of 72 hours, something that surprised many of the commanders involved, even though it was true that the carriers would be too exposed against Japanese land-based aircraft. Between July 28th and 30th, the invasion fleet would also carry out rehearsals of the landings before finally departing Koro towards the Solomons during the night of July 31st. Luckily, the approach towards the objective proceeded completely unmolested, as the Japanese patrol planes were grounded in Rabaul due to bad weather, so the Americans would be able to achieve full surprise. In the early hours of August 7th, the invasion force was in position directly west of Cape Esperance when groups Yoke and X-Ray separated to carry out their respective landings. With the approaches accomplished without incident, the surface forces of Rear Admiral Richmond Turner started to open fire on the Japanese-controlled islands around 0600, while the aircraft of the carrier force of Admiral Noyes bombed and strafed the Japanese positions, managing to destroy some 15 float planes at Tulagi. At 0740, the first landing of the operation was carried out by elements of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Marines near Haleta and then at Halivo on the island of Florida in order to protect the flanks of Group Yoke. The main objective, Tulagi, was attacked at 0800 under the cover of gunfire from Turner's vessels, with the bulk of Group Yoke successfully landing at Beach Blue without opposition and immediately beginning movement inland. The Americans, however, were hassled by the coral formations around the beach, which hung up the landing craft and forced the men to wade ashore. Around 900 IJN personnel under Commander Suzuki Masaaki, including 350 SNLF Marines, were also concentrated in the southeastern part of the island, and at this point they had finally realized that an all-out assault was underway, so they notified Rabaul and then prepared to fight to the last man. 2 companies of Colonel Merritt Edson's 1st Raider Battalion advanced inland steadily and without resistance, until one of the companies encountered an enemy outpost at Carpenter's Wharf. The remaining companies then followed suit upon landing, finding no resistance either until they reached Tulagi's government station around midday. From this line onwards, all 4 Raider companies began to find heavy Japanese opposition, especially at Hill 208, where the Marines were ambushed by the tenacious defenders. Although Hill 208 could be cleared from the enemy presence after an hour of fighting, a naval bombardment would be ordered against the southeastern ridge, resulting in a general withdrawal by the Japanese towards their main positions around Hill 281. The American advance then continued slowly until dusk, when the Marines would reach the northwest slope of Hill 281 and its nearby ravine, having to wait until the next morning to commence their costly assault. The Japanese attacked the Marine defences 5 times that night, beginning at 22:30. Many of these attacks saw hand-to-hand combat. Although they managed to achieve minor penetrations, Commander Suzuki believed he was heavily outnumbered, so he only wanted to inflict casualties on the enemy before his eventual demise. Edson's raiders did suffer many casualties, but they also inflicted several upon the Japanese, successfully managing to hold their positions throughout the rest of the night. On the morning of August 8th, the Marines rapidly started to move to surround Hill 281 and its ravine, sweeping across the hill, and leaving an enemy pocket at the ravine flanked on 3 sides. After conducting a mortar bombardment of the pocket by afternoon, the Americans then attacked from the northwest and pushed through the ravine, wiping out all enemy resistance. By nightfall, Tulagi lay firmly in the hands of the Allies, and the main objective of the invasion had been reached. In the meantime, the 1st Parachute Battalion went ashore at the island of Gavutu at 1200 on August 7th. The Marines landed in 3 waves, enjoying the support of naval gunfire and of aircraft dive bombing, but still suffering many casualties against the frontal fire of the alerted garrison and the flanking fire from Tanambogo. The Marines were then rapidly pinned down with heavy fire by the 300 Japanese troops in Gavutu, led by Captain Miyazaki Shigetoshi, but by 14:30, the battalion had pushed the defenders towards Hill 148. The eastern and southeastern slopes of the hill were rapidly reduced, but the western and southwestern slopes were protected by the flanking fire from Tanambogo, so this island was first required to be occupied. In that regard, a company of the 2nd Marines was ordered to land on the eastern shore of Tanambogo. Under the cover of darkness, the company stealthily attempted its landing, but a shell fired by Turner's vessels hit a fuel dump and caused an explosion that exposed the Marines. The 240 Japanese defenders, mostly aircrew and maintenance personnel from the Yokohama Air Group, many not equipped for combat, then opened fire with their machine guns, inflicting severe casualties on the company and forcing the Marines to re-embark and withdraw towards Gavutu. Meanwhile, after a preliminary naval and aerial bombardment, Vandegrift's Marines had also landed at Red Beach on Guadalcanal around 0900, finding no enemy resistance to their surprise. It appears that the Japanese troops started to panic due to the harsh bombardment, fleeing about 3 miles and abandoning the airfield area along with their food, supplies and equipment. Upon landing, Vandegrift then directed the 1st Marine Regiment to advance southwest towards the distant Mount Austin, while a battalion of the 5th Marines was ordered to advance west and secure the mouth of the Tenaru River, which was actually Alligator Creek, not the Tenaru, which lay further south. By nightfall, the landing area had been secured and supplies continued to be moved. The 1st Marines, however, would soon realize that it was impossible to get to Mount Austin, so Vandegrift decided to send his forces west for an attack against the Japanese airfield at Lunga. Because of Fletcher's decision to withdraw after 3 days, the unloading of supplies was being rushed, and it would soon get out of hand. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Yamada Sadayoshi of the 25th Air Flotilla was sending wave after wave of aircraft from Rabaul. After 2 days, the air raids would result in the destruction of 36 Japanese planes and 19 American aircraft, the sinking of a transport, a bomb hit over the destroyer Mugford that only caused medium damage, and a torpedo hit on the destroyer Jarvis that caused severe damage. Also, with the recent defeat at Tanambogo, General Rupertus requested during the night that his 2 reserve battalions be prepared to depart Guadalcanal and support the 1st Parachute Battalion. Only one of the battalions, however, would be deployed on Gavutu to eliminate all remaining opposition, with one company supported by 2 tanks having the mission to seize Tanambogo. Supported by Turner's naval gunfire, the Marines successfully landed on their objectives by noon on August 8th, completely wiping out the Japanese troops in Gavutu thanks to the support of their tanks. The Marines then secured a beachhead on Tanambogo during the afternoon, with the Gavutu forces launching a supporting attack across the causeway that gradually pushed the Japanese defenders and secured 2/3 of the island. With darkness falling, close fighting ensued between the Marines and small groups of soldiers that sallied out of foxholes and dugouts, resulting in the complete fall of Tanambogo by August 9th. In the meantime, Vandegrift's men were steadily advancing towards Lunga after crossing Alligator Creek, with the 1st Marines hindered by having to cross the creek some 500 yards inland from its mouth. Some of the 1st Marines, however, skirted the headwaters and plunged immediately into the thick jungle growth which lies to the south of the Lunga airfield. By nightfall, the airfield had been overrun, and Lunga had been reached by Vandegrift's Marines, facing only very slight resistance. The following day, the Americans would cross the Lunga River and would advance in the direction of Kukum, the main Japanese encampment, which the Marines soon found deserted and with large quantities of food, ammunition and equipment left behind. The rapid progress of the operation was a fortuitous turn of events, since, as we'll recall, time was of the essence for Operation Watchtower. This was because Admiral Fletcher had instructed his carrier force, led by Admiral Noyes, to remain in the area for only 3 days due to the danger of attacks by Japanese land-based aircraft. Without the aerial support of the American carriers, it would be impossible to continue the offloading of the supplies that the Marines needed to secure their control of the Southern Solomons, so Admiral Turner would have to direct his surface forces to abandon the area as well. In the best scenario, Vandegrift believed that his forces would need at least 5 days to move all the supplies from the landing craft to the beaches, and ultimately to the supply dumps. Yet he was only going to get 3 days, so both Vandegrift and Turner would direct their men to expedite the unloading. Although the movement from the landing craft to the beaches had proceeded according to schedule, a serious situation would develop as the men on the shore were unable to cope with the rapidity and quantity of supplies and equipment delivered at the beach, thus hampering American efforts to unload in the short time they had. Immediately after the initial landings of the Marines on Tulagi and Guadalcanal, Japanese authorities on Rabaul had been informed of the ongoing enemy invasion, so Admiral Sadayoshi of the 25th Air Flotilla directed his aircraft at once to start a series of attacks on the Allied amphibious forces. These attacks proved to be the most serious enemy activity during the first 2 days of the operation, scoring a torpedo hit over the destroyer Jarvis, which stopped dead in the water but then managed to leave the area under her own power, and sinking the transport George F. Elliott, which was set afire when a Japanese plane crashed on board. The attack on the Elliott had a very important consequence for the Americans, as the glare caused by her burning allowed the Japanese observers in the Tassafaronga area to see the cruisers and destroyers that were shortly to be attacked during the night of August 8th, reporting their presence to Admiral Mikawa in Rabaul. Yet even before this, Mikawa had already decided to audaciously counterattack with his surface forces, immediately preparing his flagship, the cruiser Chokai, for a tentative night attack on enemy ships off Guadalcanal. While the Japanese admiral waited for his forces to concentrate on Rabaul, he decided to send 4 submarines to Guadalcanal to attack Allied shipping, and also to form a relief force of 519 sailors to reinforce the defenders at Guadalcanal and Tulagi. During the night of August 8th, this relief force would be intercepted by the submarine S-38, which managed to torpedo the transport Meiomaru, killing 373 men from the force. But meanwhile, Mikawa finally departed Rabaul around 1940 on August 7th, taking direct command of a striking force that comprised 5 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and just 1 destroyer. During his advance towards Guadalcanal, Mikawa would launch a search with his cruiser float planes, gathering a competent amount of information that was further aided by the reconnaissance of the land-based planes and the work of the Japanese observers around Tassafaronga. His plan was to penetrate the passage south of Savo, torpedo the enemy vessels off Guadalcanal, attack Tulagi with gunfire and torpedoes, and finally withdraw by the passage north of Savo. In contrast, the Americans expected an early detection of the approaching ships by long-range aircraft from both the Southwest and South Pacific areas, yet Mikawa would manage to evade the regular search planes, wiggling through holes in the Allied air search net. 2 Australian Hudsons would actually manage to spot the Japanese striking force, but they would fail to adequately transmit these 2 sightings to Admiral Turner until it was too late. At the same time, during the evening of August 8th, Admiral Fletcher, worried about the safety of his carriers after the Japanese torpedo attacks, decided to order Admiral Noyes' carrier force to withdraw immediately. This was according to Admiral Nimitz's principle of calculated risk, as Fletcher regarded the preservation of his carriers as more important than the success of Operation Watchtower. With the loss of air support for his surface forces, Turner now called a meeting at his flagship, with Vandergrift and British Rear Admiral Victor Crutchley, who led a screening force of 8 cruisers, 15 destroyers, and 5 minesweepers. The British Admiral had divided his forces into 3 groups, with Rear Admiral Norman Scott's Eastern Force sealing the eastern approaches between Florida and Guadalcanal, Captain Frederick Reefcoll's Northern Group guarding the northwestern entrance, and the Southern Group under Crutchley himself protecting the southwestern approaches. Additionally, Crutchley had also positioned 2 destroyers to the west of his forces to patrol the area with primitive short-range SC radars, in case the enemy could sneak past the air patrols. During the meeting at the Macaulay, Turner explained to both commanders that he would also have to withdraw from the area, although he planned to unload as much as possible during the night and then depart the next day. This meeting would have an unfortunate consequence, as Crutchley, who hadn't informed the commanders of the other cruiser groups of his absence, would not be there to command his southern force for the incoming attack, leaving no flag officer to adequately control the western task forces and failing to notify the captains of his departure. With midnight approaching, Mikawa skillfully continued his advance forward, covered by a moonless night and cloaked by a series of cloud curtains. Before midnight came, however, the Japanese sent 4 float planes to scout the area and provide flare illumination. Around 0100 on August 9th, Japanese lookouts had sighted Savo Island and the destroyer Blue only 9 kilometers away, steaming slowly across Mikawa's path. Yet again, the Japanese admiral skillfully chopped speed to remain undetected by the American radars as it passed through the southern entrance. By 0130, Mikawa was hidden in the folds of low clouds around Savo, while he prepared for the commencement of the attack. Yet as the Japanese vessels advanced, slowing speeds down to reduce wakes, the destroyer Yanagi lost sight of the ships ahead and had to turn back west to avoid an encounter. A couple of minutes later, Mikawa came across the crippled destroyer Jarvis, but held his fire to avoid exposing himself to the enemy. Instead, the Japanese pressed their advance and soon found the southern group. At 0138, the attackers increased their speed and started firing their torpedoes, and 5 minutes later, just as the Japanese aircraft flares blossomed, revealing the position of the defenders, the Chokai and Furataka started to fire at Canberra. On the Allied vessels, the weary sailors were asleep, hardly prepared for what was to come. Within 4 minutes, the Canberra was hit 24 times, leaving the cruiser immobilized and without power. The cruiser Chicago was then hit several times, although the crew managed to control the damage, and the 2 destroyers of the force started to fire at the Japanese vessels, with the destroyer Patterson successfully scoring a hit on the Tenryu, although it suffered much damage in return as well. In about 7 minutes, the southern group had been decimated, so Mikawa elected to head north to attack the northern group, with his column splitting unintentionally into 2 jaws. Inexplicably, Captain Bode's Chicago kept standing to the west while the Japanese turned north and didn't report his encounter to Captain Reefcoll, an error in judgment that would cause the suicide of its captain many months later. With the Japanese force divided in 2, the eastern group, led by the Chokai, soon found and torpedoed the Vincennes before attacking the rest of the northern group. From the other side, the western group would also soon fall upon the defenders around 0200. The Vincennes hesitated to avoid hitting friendly vessels, but managed to quickly respond with fire, but within a minute, Reefcoll saw his vessel receive much damage from a number of hits that caused uncontrollable flames. Although Reefcoll's crew was vigilant because the captain gambled that an attack could happen that night, the rest of the American vessels were unprepared for the incoming attack, so they would suffer much against the heavy Japanese fire. After a couple of minutes, both the Astoria and Quincy received many hits, suffering the start of large fires and the loss of power. Both cruisers, however, responded heavily with their own fire, scoring several hits on the Chokai and causing minor damage on the enemy. Meanwhile, while the unaware Reefcoll still awaited orders from Crutchley, the Vincennes also suffered many more hits, leaving the cruiser dead in the water. Remarkably, during the struggle, the Quincy lurched out of the American formation while engulfed in flames to ram the enemy with their forward guns. Concentrated fire soon reduced the American cruiser, with a final torpedo hit at 0216 that left the Quincy sinking. The Vincennes would also continue to be hit by Japanese fire until 0216, receiving such an extent of damage that Reefcoll would have to abandon his ship at 0230, with the cruiser sinking half an hour later. Content with the spectacular outcome of the battle, Mikawa, who had had the chance to destroy the enemy transports, decided to turn back west at 0220, as he had no air cover and was fearing a possible carrier-based air retribution on his exposed vessels. The western group of Japanese vessels had actually started to retreat at 0208, and they would soon find the destroyer Ralph Talbot in their path, scoring 5 hits that left the destroyer listing. By 0340, the striking force had reassembled, immediately starting its withdrawal in an anti-aircraft disposition. At 0958, Admiral Goto's 6th Cruiser Division was detached to continue on to Cavien via the Bougainville Strait, yet on the morning of August 10th, the triumphant cruisers would be torpedoed by the submarine S-44, which quickly managed to sink the Kako, thus scoring the first retribution for the devastating Battle of Savo Island. Meanwhile, as the Japanese retreated, Admiral Turner assessed the situation. He decided to scuttle the Canberra since she couldn't accompany the withdrawal scheduled for the next day, and ordered unloading to reach its final stages, achieving remarkable progress at Tulagi. Astoria's crew also continued to fight the fires in the cruiser, but she would eventually sink at 12:15. With the day fading, Turner would finally order the withdrawal towards Noumea, leaving Vandegrift's marines alone at the southern Solomons. Unpreparedness and failed air searches would render this one of the worst defeats in the history of the US Navy, with Mikawa winning an amazing victory on his gamble, thus recovering a little bit of the initiative in the South Pacific. The Battle of Savo Island had been a disaster for the US Navy. The loss of 4 heavy cruisers, with 1 more damaged and 2 damaged destroyers, had crippled Admiral Turner's surface forces, forcing the American commander to follow in Admiral Fletcher's stead and order an early withdrawal from the Savo Sound, thus leaving the weary Marines on the shore alone against whatever the enemy was about to throw at them. Only a fraction of the supplies and virtually none of the heavy equipment had been landed, so General Vandegrift would immediately start to work to improve the situation. He rapidly set out to form a defense perimeter around the recently captured airfield, hoping to finish its construction so that it could be employed to improve the air situation in the area. Vandegrift perceived that the Japanese might attempt a counter-landing at Lunga Point to retake the incomplete airstrip, so he decided to stop any enemy landing at the water's edge, employing most of his marine units for the coastal defense. Yet the southern half of the oval perimeter amounted to another 9,000 yards of dense jungle, so artillery and support units would be bivouacked by the Lunga and by some coral ridges to provide a rudimentary defense of these inland positions. During these first few days ashore, the Marines would not only work to complete the construction of their airfield, but they would also move their supplies from their exposed site at Red Beach into some dispersed dumps within the perimeter. By August 12th, all the supplies had been moved, and the runway now reached some 2,660 feet, getting renamed to Henderson Field after the hero of Midway, Major Lofton Henderson. A week later, Henderson Field would stretch its full 3,778 feet, receiving its first few aircraft from Marine Air Group 23 2 days later, and thus forming the Cactus Air Force. Back on August 9th, however, probes from the 5th Marines ran into firm resistance at the Matanikau River as they searched for the original Japanese garrison. Many Korean laborers had already been found and captured, with one of them remarking that there were a number of Japanese west of Matanikau that were willing to surrender, something that prompted Lieutenant Colonel Frank Gertger to form a 25-man patrol with the objective of securing much of the island without significant fighting. Departing Cookham by boat on the night of August 12th, the Gertger patrol then landed on the western mouth of the Matanikau and was later ambushed by the Japanese soldiers while scouting the jungle ahead. As Gertger was rapidly killed during the fire, the patrol got pinned down on the beach and was quickly decimated, with the Japanese killing off the Marines one by one. Only Platoon Sergeant Frank Few managed to escape by swimming approximately 4 miles through shark-infested waters. In retaliation, on August 18th, Vandegrift decided to send 3 companies of the 5th Marines west towards Matanikau, inflicting around 100 casualties on the enemy during their first action at the valley. Meanwhile, after his amazing victory at Savo, Admiral Mikawa continued to work hard to recapture the lost territories on the southern Solomons, especially that of Guadalcanal. From August 11th onwards, the Marines had to suffer a series of deadly air raids about noon, which failed to cause much damage but severely affected the morale of the defenders. The American positions would also be boldly shelled by Japanese submarines and destroyers during these first few days, and a total of 113 SNLF Marines would be dropped at Tassafaronga Point as the first reinforcements for the Japanese garrison at Guadalcanal. Yet at the same time, Mikawa was also working with General Hyakutake of the 17th Army, who had by now been ordered to immediately retake Tulagi and Guadalcanal with the Kawaguchi and Alba detachments. These forces, however, were too far away to be immediately available for the operation, so Hyakutake would be reinforced with the 28th Regiment of Colonel Ichiki Kiyonao, which was at Truk after being earmarked for the invasion of Midway. At this point, Japanese commanders believed that the bulk of the Marine Division at Guadalcanal had been withdrawn during Admiral Turner's retreat, so they decided that only a small force remained on the island. In that regard, Ichiki was ordered to spearhead a 900-men detachment to land at Taivu Point and recapture the airfield, while some 250 SNLF Marines would land at Kokumbona as a diversion. On the morning of August 16th, the elite, battle-hardened Ichiki detachment would finally depart Truk, escorted by the 2nd Squadron of Admiral Tanaka, although Tanaka himself, in his cruiser Jinsu, would actually remain behind to escort the remaining 1,100 men from the 28th Regiment, leaving only his 6 destroyers under Captain Sato Torajiro to protect Ichiki. During the early hours of August 19th, the Ichiki detachment would land at Taivu Point and would immediately march westwards towards the airfield, with full confidence in his success, stricken by the so-called victory disease. At the same time, upon getting rumors from native patrols of a Japanese radio station at Gurabasu, 60 Marines under the command of Captain Charles Brush were sent forward to destroy the enemy at Gurabasu. About noon, they would intercept an advance party of 38 men from the Ichiki detachment, launching a frontal attack, while a part of Brush's force hooked around the Japanese left flank. During this intense firefight, the Marines would kill 33 enemy soldiers at a cost of only 3 losses, with the remaining Japanese escaping into the bushes. Upon inspecting the dead bodies, Brush found men that belonged to the IJA, and not to the IJN as they were accustomed, with fresh clothes, large amounts of communication gear, and an accurate map of the Marine line at Alligator Creek, all of which indicated that a new enemy force of unknown size had landed with the intention to reconquer Guadalcanal, so he immediately set out to alert Vandegrift. In the meantime, Ichiki discovered the fate of his advance party, and without pause to reflect on this disaster, he decided to press forward with his entire force and not rest until the next morning after he had crossed the Nalimbu River. By noon, he started to prepare his men for a night assault on the beaches, intending to recapture the old Japanese camp between Alligator Creek and Lunga, from where he could then seize the airfield. Under the cover of darkness, Ichiki's men finally began to approach Alligator Creek, where Lieutenant Colonel Edwin Pollock's 2nd Battalion of the 1st Marines routinely stood watch over the east bank. Soon, minor affrays erupted along the Marine line, but it was shortly after midnight when Ichiki ordered a strong shock unit to start the assault under the covering fire of his other forces. About 0200, the Marines were surprised with the charge of the enemy over the sandbar, but they immediately started to open fire, leaving a thick wake of dead and dying. Nonetheless, the Japanese survivors managed to topple the barbed wire fence and other obstacles, and soon engaged the Marines in hand-to-hand combat. As the defenders resisted, Pollock rapidly counterattacked with a reserve platoon, and within an hour, the line had been restored and the enemies expelled. As artillery from the 11th Marines soon joined the battle and began to cause havoc among the invaders, Ichiki continuously tried to infiltrate the Marine positions or prepare a second assault, but to no avail. His efforts were always thwarted by the defenders. Ichiki, who was a reckless and stubborn commander with a fiery spirit, who had actually ordered the assault that ignited the Second Sino-Japanese War during the Marco Polo Bridge incident, had no intentions to withdraw from the battle. He'd rather die fighting. With day breaking on August 21st, Vandegrift decided to send his reserve battalion, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Cresswell, with a tank platoon inland across Alligator Creek to encircle and destroy the Japanese near the sandpit. Before 0700, the crossing of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Marines commenced, and by 0950, Cresswell started to swing north against the enemy. The Marines rapidly defeated a Japanese charge with fire, and got to compress Ichiki's men into a triangle by the mouth of the lagoon. Soon, as Pollock began to press from the west, the American tanks were put forward and they completely ran over the Japanese soldiers, who lacked any anti-tank weapons. Around 1630, the situation was desperate for the invaders, with many soldiers trying to escape swimming into the sea and getting cut down by the overwhelming American fire. At this point, seeing the hopelessness of the situation, Ichiki and many others would commit seppuku. By 1700, with Creswell's men closing in on Alligator Creek, the battle was over. The Marines lost a total of 44 men and had 71 injured, but their victory was total, as the entire Ichiki detachment had been decimated, and this was a huge morale booster for the Allies at this point of the war, finally defeating Japanese invincibility on land. By August 29th, only 128 survivors would manage to regroup at Taivu Point to await further reinforcements. Back on August 7th, Operation Watchtower began with marine landings on Guadalcanal, Tulagi and its neighbouring islands. During these initial days of fighting, the Marines were supported by the air cover of a carrier force that was formed around the carriers Enterprise, Saratoga and Wasp, under the overall command of Admiral Fletcher. Feeling like his vessels were too exposed against Japanese land-based air attacks after the destruction of the Elliott, Fletcher decided to withdraw on the evening of August 8th, directing his carriers to the southwest to guard the major Allied bases of Noumea and Espiritu Santo, and then to cover the delivery of aircraft to the recently finished Henderson Field on Guadalcanal. After the Battle of the Tenaru, however, Fletcher would be ordered to concentrate in the waters southeast of the Solomons to prevent more Japanese reinforcements from landing. Meanwhile, Admiral Mikawa and General Hyakutake worked tirelessly to turn the situation around at Guadalcanal. After their tremendous victory at Savo, the Japanese believed the Marines to be withdrawing from Guadalcanal, so they had decided to send a small detachment to reinforce the Japanese garrison there and recapture the lost airstrip. On August 21st, the Ichiki detachment would be subsequently decimated in the Battle of the Tenaru, but this was only the first reinforcement group of many more to come during the execution of Operation Ka. The remaining 1,100 soldiers from the 28th Regiment, along with some 400 SNLF Marines, were already prepared to be transported by Admiral Tanaka's escorting force, yet the Japanese would decide to wait until the arrival of a major naval force from the combined fleet. These vessels had been undergoing upkeep, repair and training after the disastrous Battle of Midway, as Admiral Yamamoto had learned valuable lessons from that defeat. The most remarkable was the relegation of the battleships as the main component of the fleet, with the aircraft carriers at last taking their place. Other changes included the reorganization of the combined fleet that we've already covered, and the reshuffling of aircraft complements for the carriers. Yamamoto hoped to enjoy ample time for these changes to be implemented, but the unexpected American offensive in the Solomons now forced him to rush the new 2nd and 3rd fleets towards the South Pacific, where they were going to receive their baptism of fire. On the morning of August 21st, the fleets of Admirals Nagumo and Kondo would rendezvous at sea and then split again to head south separately. One day later, Admiral Tanaka would begin transportation of the new reinforcements towards Guadalcanal without any air support, as the Japanese carriers were more concerned over the destruction of Fletcher's carriers to the southeast than to protect the convoy. In that regard, the Japanese launched reconnaissance missions towards the southern Solomons, hoping to locate the American carriers, but instead discovering the troubling news that there were American planes now at Henderson Field. In the meantime, the destroyer Kawakaze intercepted a supply convoy on August 22nd and managed to torpedo the destroyer Blue, forcing the Americans to eventually scuttle the ship. Meanwhile, American intelligence believed Nagumo's carriers to be in home waters, yet there were increasing reports of a possible Japanese counter-offensive unfolding. Preemptively, Fletcher's carriers thus continued to cast 200-mile-long nets of search planes into the area, with Admiral McCain's land-based aircraft doing the same. On the morning of August 23rd, a PBY would finally discover Tanaka's convoy, 250 miles north of Guadalcanal, so Fletcher would immediately send forward Saratoga's strike group, led by Commander Harry Felt. Luckily for the Japanese, the Americans ran into sullen grey clouds and rain squalls and would have to retreat towards Guadalcanal due to the bad weather. Yet Tanaka didn't want to force his luck either, so he decided to turn back as well. Despite the sighting of Tanaka's convoy, Fletcher didn't believe that a battle was imminent, so in the afternoon he decided to detach the Wasp group for refueling, leaving him with only 2 carriers for the incoming battle. During the night, while the Saratoga airmen manually refueled their planes on Guadalcanal after their failed strike, and the destroyer Kagero swept the Savo Sound and fired at the Marines on the beaches, Tanaka decided to once again change course for Guadalcanal, with Rear Admiral Hara Chuichi being detached in command of the light carrier Ryujo to protect his convoy and launch a strike over Guadalcanal. At 0600 on August 24th, Nagamo set course 150 degrees south with Kondo's advance force guarding its eastern flank in case of an encounter with the Americans, and with Rear Admiral Abe Hiroaki's vanguard force in a line 6 miles in front of the carriers. In the meantime, the Americans continued to conduct search patrols, and at 9:35 a PBY would sight Ryujo and alert Fletcher of the sighting. The Admiral, however, was skeptical about the reports, and also had no aircraft, with Felt's group arriving at the carrier only by midday, at which point Fletcher ordered his carrier force to swing in a northerly direction to close range on the Ryujo. Meanwhile, Ryujo would launch its Guadalcanal strike at 12:20, sending 21 aircraft under Lieutenant Notomi Kenjiro towards Henderson Field. The Japanese pilots would then engage 18 American planes on top of Guadalcanal at 14:20, resulting in a very ineffective bombing, with 3 Wildcats, 3 Zeros and 3 Kates getting shot down. Yet the reports of the attack now confirmed to Fletcher that the Ryujo report was true, although he didn't know if other enemy carriers were in the area. Nonetheless, with hesitation, he ordered the Saratoga strike group to lift off by 1400 hours. At the same time, Fletcher's carriers were finally discovered by a Japanese float plane, so Nagamo dispatched a 37-aircraft strike force under Lieutenant Commander Seki Mamoru, while Admiral Abe began to accelerate to close in on the Americans. At 1600, a second attack group of 36 planes, led by Lieutenant Takahashi Sadamu, took off as Nagamo directed his carriers eastwards to avoid a counterattack, although 7 B-17s would manage to find him, conducting a very ineffective bombing over his carriers later that day. With Felt already on his way towards Ryujo, reports from the Enterprise began to arrive, with some of its SPDs detecting Nagamo's vessels and bombing the heavy cruiser Maya by 1300. This left Fletcher in a precarious position as he was exposed while his main force was attacking a secondary objective. At 1550, Felt's strike began poorly, with Ryujo successfully dodging more than 10 bombs, but in the end, the light carrier would be hit by 3 bombs and 1 torpedo as the Americans pressed their attack. The crippled Ryujo would later sink during the night, and Notomi's group would have to ditch their planes around it. Also, Tanaka's convoy had to turn west to avoid any attacks. Concurrent to the loss of Ryujo, the radars of Enterprise detected the incoming wave of enemy aircraft, so Fletcher launched 53 Wildcats for combat air patrol. Approaching from the north at a higher altitude than the defending fighters, Seki divided his force into 2 groups to attack both carriers. Yet his planes would be immediately engaged by the Wildcats, and in the confusion, they would end up attacking only the Enterprise by 1645. At a cost of 17 Vals and 3 Zeros, the Japanese managed to score 3 hits over the carrier in less than 15 minutes, and they also shot down 8 Wildcats in the engagement. Yet the damage inflicted on Enterprise, although heavy, wasn't critical. Luckily for the Americans, the Japanese second wave that could have finished off Enterprise had aimed for an erroneous estimated position, passing 50 miles astern of the carrier force, then swinging east on an interception course, and finally turning north at 1827 before disappearing into the distance. Before the first attack, Fletcher had also launched some 25 planes to counterattack the enemy, yet they would only find the seaplane tender Chitose at 1735, scoring 2 near misses that caused flooding and a list. By 1900, the battle was over, ending inconclusively as Fletcher headed southeast away from the battle area, and as Nagamo decided to lead his carriers north to refuel instead of pressing the attack. With the destruction of 1 enemy light carrier and 75 aircraft against the loss of only 20 aircraft, the third carrier jewel of the war is definitely considered an American tactical victory, but this wasn't the end of the action. With midnight approaching, Tanaka was once again ordered to head south and land his 1,500 men on Guadalcanal, while 3 destroyers were sent to shell the beaches as a diversion. The following day, however, the Japanese convoy would be attacked by Marine and Navy dive bombers, resulting in the Jintsu getting damaged, the transport Kinryu Maru and the destroyer Mitsuki getting destroyed, and then the shaken Tanaka ordering the final withdrawal to the northwest. The landings had at last been stopped, so the Marines could sigh in relief. But this wasn't the end of Operation Ka. This only meant that Mikawa would have to seek alternative means to land reinforcements for his stranded forces at Guadalcanal. Acknowledging the threat that Henderson Field posed to them, the Japanese were sending wave after wave of air raiders to bombard the airstrip and engage the American planes, while efforts to reinforce their depleted air power in Rabaul were being carried out as well. Mikawa also formed the R-Area Air Force during this period, consisting of 52 float planes tasked with harassing the Americans at night. On August 28th, the experienced Kawaguchi detachment finally arrived at Rabaul, and General Kawaguchi immediately put his experience in Borneo in the service of his superiors. Instead of getting transported directly to Guadalcanal, Kawaguchi proposed to take his men to the Shortland Islands and then leapfrog to Guadalcanal by bound-in barges. Yet Mikawa and Hyakutake still believed their forces could be directly transported, so they sent a battalion of the detachment towards Guadalcanal, an operation that ended in failure, as American bombers soon fell over the convoy and inflicted much damage to the escorting destroyers. With the destroyer admirals now disheartened to run into Guadalcanal, Kawaguchi's plan was approved by Hyakutake, yet the Japanese would employ fast destroyers instead of barges to transport the men. Worth mentioning is that on August 27th, General Vandergrift also decided to carry out a second attack against the Matanikau, sending the 1st Battalion, 5th Marines, to land west of Kokumbona and sweep down the coast to reduce the strength of the Japanese as much as possible. Due to the slow progress of this 900-man force, the Japanese would manage to rapidly outflank the Marines in the jungles, forcing them to withdraw the next morning, with both sides suffering light casualties. On August 29th, the high-speed destroyer runs began, commanded by Rear Admiral Hashimoto Shintaro, transporting reinforcements, equipment and supplies to Guadalcanal in what the Allies would call the Tokyo Express, and the Japanese would dub the Rat Transportation. In result, a change in sea command every 12 hours developed, with the Americans unloading cargo by day and the Japanese transporting supplies and equipment by night. On August 31st, Kawaguchi and 1,200 men from his detachment began their express run, supported by more air attacks over Henderson Field that would keep the defenders busy. By nightfall, Kawaguchi had landed on Guadalcanal and could now take command of all Japanese forces on the island, immediately preparing for a new offensive aiming to retake Henderson Field. Also on that day, the Saratoga was torpedoed by the submarine I-26, suffering moderate damage that required repairs. Thus, the carrier began its march back to the mainland, taking with her Admiral Fletcher, who was wounded in the attack, and who had fallen out of favour with Admiral Nimitz and Admiral King due to his poor performance in the last couple of weeks. During the first 5 days of September, around 5,000 soldiers were transported through the Tokyo Express towards Taivu Point, including most of the Kawaguchi detachment, as well as anti-aircraft guns and other equipment. Yet IJN vessels would also suffer much damage during the express runs. On September 2nd, Kawaguchi also ordered Colonel Oka Akinosuke to carry out the transportation of 1,100 men and heavy equipment from Santa Isabel Island in 61 barges, as he was determined to see his plan through. The slow convoy would be subsequently intercepted by American aircraft on the night of September 4th, losing 90 men and much of the equipment transported, though most of Oka's reinforcements would get to safely land near Kamimbo. Yet the Japanese had successfully transported more than 5,000 soldiers onto Guadalcanal, including the renowned Kawaguchi detachment and the remnants of the 28th Regiment. Now, General Kawaguchi was preparing his forces for what he envisioned would be the final offensive to retake Guadalcanal and its key airfield. Just like the Ichiki detachment before him, Kawaguchi had a false estimate about the number of US Marines on the island, so he believed the 6,200 men of his detachment to be more than enough for the task at hand. Despite being outnumbered, the fresh Japanese troops were facing men that were beginning to show the debilitating effects of the short rations and the heavy aerial bombardments. So Kawaguchi had reason to be optimistic. Meanwhile, as the Japanese carried out a massive air buildup at Rabaul, the Marines were not receiving many air reinforcements and replacements, because the Joint Chiefs of Staff were prioritizing operations in Europe over the success of Operation Watchtower. On September 3rd, however, Brigadier General Roy Geiger finally arrived to take command of the Cactus Air Force, bringing his experience with him to provide a more effective defense of the Henderson Field, and 1 day later, Squadron VF-5 would arrive to reinforce the Marines, with more planes coming on their way. General Vandegrift and his Marines also received some reinforcements for the defense of the airfield perimeter. This was Edson's Raiders of the 1st Marine Raider Battalion of Colonel Edson, reinforced with the remnants of the 1st Parachute Battalion for a total of 849 men. In the meantime, Kawaguchi issued his plan of attack on September 7th. With his 2,500 men at Taivu Point, Kawaguchi would initially move to Koli Point and then loop down into the jungle from Teteri to storm the Marine positions from the south, and thus seize the airfield. At the same time, the Kuma Battalion of Major Mizuno Eishi, comprising all of the remaining strength of the 28th Regiment, would puncture the American line from the southeast and push north to annihilate the enemy at Alligator Creek, a sort of poetic justice for the fate of the Ichiki detachment, and the 1,000 soldiers that had landed on Kamimbo under Colonel Oka were also to launch an attack towards the bridge southwest of the airfield. By September 8th, Kawaguchi had successfully moved to Koli Point, readying his forces to commence the approach to the Marine positions the following day. But first, Vandegrift wanted to carry out an attack similar to the recent Kokumbona raid, due to reports of heavy Japanese presence east of the perimeter. During the morning of September 8th, the first wave of Edson's raiders sloshed ashore at Taivu, where they found immediate signs of recent enemy landings. Edson then directed his men to attack west, meeting some 300 enemy troops and their dreadful field guns near Tasimboko. By midday, a company of raiders got to burst upon the Japanese from the rear, inflicting many casualties and eventually scattering the defenders. Not long after that, Edson's raiders entered Tasimboko to find it deserted, but full of camouflaged food and equipment. The Americans then took what they could and destroyed the rest, re-embarking back to Lunga by late afternoon, and concluding one of their most successful raids of the war. From Taivu and Tasimboko, Edson didn't only return with captured supplies, he also brought documents about a new force numbering 4,000 Japanese troops that scouts had seen moving south and southwest from Teteri. His verdict about these stories was conclusive. The enemy was coming again. Looking at an aerial photo of the area, Edson believed that the Japanese were going to approach through a broken grassy ridge, barely a mile south of the airfield. This would later be known as Edson's Ridge. In the meantime, Kawaguchi continued his advance westwards, with his forces peeling off into the jungle one by one. Soaked in sweat or bathed in rain, the Japanese found the march very exhausting, and rapidly came to learn that the moisture made the footing treacherous, so they had to be careful on top of relentless. On the other side of the island, Colonel Oka finally made contact with Captain Monzen's 450 Navy troops and 1,200 construction workers on the Mantanicor, which further increased his forces. Although he had only managed to round up 650 men from the 1,000 that had landed on the island. Additionally, a battalion of the Alba detachment landed on Kamimbo on September 11th because the 17th Army still feared Taivu Point was in the hands of the raiders, though the soldiers of the 4th Regiment would fail to arrive in time to join the attack. During these last few days, Vandegrift would also work to strengthen his right flank along Alligator Creek and southwest of it, and Edson's raiders would amble towards the ridge south of the airfield, digging foxholes and clearing fields of fire with bayonets. At noon on September 11th, the regular Japanese raids over Henderson Field would also unexpectedly target Edson's ridge. The results were devastating, 14 wounded and 11 dead. But this was indeed the confirmation that an attack was coming at this location. On top of this bad news, Vandegrift received a message from Admiral Gormley informing him that the enemy was amassing overwhelming forces to retake the island, and that the naval support that he could provide was insufficient, leaving the Marines alone to fend off the Japanese offensive. By midday on September 12th, another Japanese air raid wreaked havoc on Henderson Field, while Kawaguchi's forces moved into position for the start of the battle. Yet they would actually arrive late at their assembly areas, and would lose their sense of direction. In front of them, Edson had placed the parachutists on the east side of the ridge, and the raiders to the west, in a series of strongpoints with fields of fire behind a single-strand barbed wire fence. By nightfall, Japanese float planes began to drop flares over the Marine positions, while naval forces bombarded the American perimeter. Kawaguchi's uncoordinated assault then began, with his forces missing the ridge and instead pushing down the east bank of the lagoon to the west, finally striking at Companies B and C of the raiders. Amidst the heavy firefight, the 3rd Battalion of Lieutenant Colonel Watanabe Kosekichi rapidly slashed through 2 platoons in line of Company C, forcing the Marines to fall back to the ridge. But at this point, Kawaguchi had lost control of his forces, his men becoming lost, then scattered, and finally intermingled. At last, he had to call off the attack to reassemble his units for a new effort the following night. As for the Oka unit and the Kuma battalion, both of them failed to assemble at the right positions in time, still thrashing in the jungle far away from the actual battle. On September 13th, while Kawaguchi prepared for a second night attack, Edson was preparing a surprise for the enemy. He pulled his line back some 200 yards into stronger ground that was unfamiliar for the Japanese. At 18:30, darkness had barely settled over the ridge before the Japanese commenced their attack. The 1st Battalion of Major Kokusho Yukichi moved early and striked at the line of Company B of the raiders, rapidly surrounding it and forcing the defenders to retreat towards the ridge. Yet the tenacious Japanese soldiers were rapidly met with one artillery barrage after another as the invaders began rolling up the ridge. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion of Major Tamura Masao began to infiltrate among the positions of Company B of the parachutists, who managed to hold off the enemy with grenades until Tamura started an intense mortar barrage at 22:30, followed by a strong assault that finally forced Captain Harry Togerson to withdraw behind the knoll known as Hill 123. With the retreat of the parachutists, Tamura then joined the attack on Company B of the raiders, which had no other choice but to pull back to the same high knoll. In the meantime, Watanabe's forces got lost in the jungles, but a company managed to launch an attack against Company C of the parachutists, rapidly infiltrating their positions and forcing them to withdraw as well towards Hill 123. Kokusho also reassembled his men and then surged forward through the swampy lowlands towards the airfield. But in their way, they came across a pile of supplies and rations. After pausing to eat, Kokusho's battalion finally continued towards Hill 123. And to the east, the Kuma battalion also started its attack on the Alligator Creek line, rapidly engaging the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Marines in hand-to-hand combat. Although the Japanese managed to overrun an outpost ahead, they then became entangled in Marine wire, finally getting pushed back by Company K in their efforts to infiltrate the airfield. Covered by the shells of the 11th Marines, which caused many casualties on the enemy, Edson's raiders managed to successfully retreat, despite the confusion of the dark and the heavy pressure of Tamura's men. And to the east, Torgerson reorganized his parachutists and launched a counterattack that managed to extend the new defensive line. Waves after waves of Japanese soldiers then started to assault the knoll from the west, moving rapidly at a crouch and yelling Banzai as they charged into the Marines' ring of fire. Edson himself moved to the front lines during the assaults, exhorting his troops and directing the defense. Closing in, the invaders were at last repelled with grenades and machine gun fire, leaving hundreds of corpses on the slopes of the bloody ridge, including that of Kokusho. At this point, Edson's raiders were very exhausted and many were wounded, so Vandergrift sent forward his reserves from the 5th Marines to stiffen the line at about 0400, stopping many attacks before dawn. A company of Tamura's battalion, however, would manage to penetrate the Marine line, reaching the northeastern side of the ridge in a final effort to make a breakthrough. Pressing northeast, the bloodied Japanese soldiers reached the western fringe of the Fighter 1 runway, where they overran a company of the 1st Engineer Battalion. Yet the engineers quickly reorganized and finally stopped the enemy advance, forcing the invaders to wait for reinforcements. With no one coming to help, the Japanese would finally have to pull back south of the ridge. Soon, dawn came, and American aircraft lifted off to harry the Japanese, but the battle was effectively over. Almost 600 Japanese soldiers perished in the attack, but the invaders had been very close in their assault. Kawaguchi was livid about this, for he knew that if Watanabe had joined the assault, they might have been successful. Instead, Kawaguchi now had to retreat deep into the jungle with the survivors of his shattered brigade. On September 15th, General Hyakutake learned of the defeat at the Bloody Ridge and then ordered Kawaguchi to withdraw west towards the Mantanikor to join Oka's unit. Kawaguchi would then commence his long and arduous march on September 16th, his men being exhausted and gnawed by hunger. They had to carry around 500 wounded men and all the heavy equipment through the slippery slopes of the jungle and through the sticky mud of the streams. Many of the wounded would finally perish, while the equipment had to be abandoned as the strength of Kawaguchi's men waned. But the Japanese would at last arrive at Kokumbona on September 19th. As for the Kuma Battalion, they would be attacked with light tanks on the morning of September 14th, but the Japanese got to disable 4 of them with anti-tank guns. Right after this, they carried 2 more attacks against the Marines, but they were too weak to break through the strong Marine defences and eventually had to withdraw. The remnants of the Kuma Battalion then tried to follow Kawaguchi's retreat, but got lost, so they had to wander for 3 weeks in the jungle, losing all their weapons and becoming severely malnourished. And to the east, Oka's men, who had departed the Mantanikor very late and thus had been thrashing through the jungle all night, finally attacked the American perimeter during the morning of September 14th. They were confronted by the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Marines, who could easily drive off the invaders with some timely artillery barrages, finally forcing them to withdraw back into the Mantanikor. The end of the battle also brought an end to the air struggle that had been unfolding since September 1st, in which the Japanese lost 35 planes against 41 losses of the Americans. Yet the efforts of the defenders were crucial to stop the air raids and to disperse Kawaguchi's forces during the offensive. For the Japanese High Command, the defeat at the Bloody Ridge was very bad news, as they believed that Guadalcanal might develop into the decisive battle of the war. Thus, Japanese operations in other areas of the Pacific began to be neglected, and Hyakutake realized that he could no longer support General Horii's drive on the Kokoda track if he wanted to adequately contest the control of Guadalcanal. More forces would then be committed for the Guadalcanal campaign, but this would have a tremendous impact elsewhere in the Pacific. The Battle of the Bloody Ridge had been a catastrophic defeat for the Japanese. Not only did General Kawaguchi lose around 850 men, but so far in the war, this was also an unprecedented defeat for the invaders. In the aftermath of this engagement, Kawaguchi's forces would then have to undertake a long and arduous march towards the Manticore area, where a big portion of the reinforcements had landed and joined the remnants of the original garrison of the island. Through slippery slopes, dense vegetation and sticky mud, the Japanese soldiers would have to carry almost 500 of their wounded men and all of their heavy equipment under some extremely difficult conditions of hunger and complete exhaustion. Many of the survivors of the Bloody Ridge would perish on this island of death due to these reasons, but Kawaguchi would nonetheless arrive at Kokumbona on September 19th to prepare for his next move. Meanwhile, the Japanese High Command was extremely worried about the recent failures at Guadalcanal, and they were beginning to fear they were losing the initiative against the Americans in this critical theater. So General Heketeke was ordered to prepare for the allocation of more resources to this campaign. The Japanese now knew that a more determined effort would be needed to gain victory in Guadalcanal. In that regard, the main body of the 2nd Division and some elements of the 38th Division and 8th Tank Regiment, totaling some 17,500 men, were ordered forward to Guadalcanal. A special note is to be provided for naval warfare in this period. After the Battle of Savo Island, a sense of naval superiority in night combat was earned by the IJN leaders, which was later reinforced with the sinking of the destroyer Blue on August 22nd. A similar action then occurred on September 5th, when 3 Japanese destroyers encountered the old World War I era destroyer transports Little and Gregory during an express run. Though at first the Japanese had been taken completely by surprise, the superior firepower of their modern fleet destroyers would soon make short work of the obsolete American vessels. On September 15th, however, the Japanese would achieve one of their most successful submarine attacks of the war, one which would leave Admiral Gormley reluctant to commit his naval forces ever again. A day earlier, Admiral Turner had dispatched 2 task forces built around the carriers Wasp and Hornet to cover the transportation of the 7th Marine Regiment towards Guadalcanal into known submarine waters, yet his convoy would be discovered by flying boats around midday on September 15th. The Americans then decided to retreat to preserve their forces, but it was already too late. 9 Japanese submarines were deployed in a patrol line across the path of Turner's convoy, and at 14:45, the I-19 of Commander Kinashi Takeichi would fire 6 torpedoes at Wasp, scoring 3 critical hits and causing a series of explosions that would eventually leave the carrier sinking, taking with her the lives of 193 men and some 45 aircraft. The destroyer O'Brien and the battleship North Carolina would also be hit by Japanese torpedoes, suffering heavy damage as well, but surviving the attack. The battleship would then be sent to Pearl Harbor for repairs, although the damage inflicted to O'Brien would finally make the destroyer sink almost a month later. Yet the loss of Wasp was huge for Admiral Gormley, leaving him with only 1 operational carrier to contest the Japanese in the South Pacific. And looking at the victors of the Bloody Ridge, the situation for the US Marines was also of reassessment and reinforcement. On September 14th, the 3rd Battalion 2nd Marines was brought to Guadalcanal from Tulagi, and after the submarine attack of September 15th, Turner then decided to deceive the enemy and continue with the convoy run towards Guadalcanal, while his task forces retreated, believing that the recent Japanese naval activity left them with no units to raid the island for the night of September 17th. Turner's gamble would succeed, as effectively no Japanese vessels were available that night, so the 7th Marines would finally land on Guadalcanal the following morning, bringing some much-needed reinforcements for General Vandegrift. With this augmented strength, a complete perimeter defense with an unbroken line could be established for the first time in the campaign. This line, however, was considered stretched thin and vulnerable, so Vandegrift also brilliantly decided to establish a series of defensive horseshoes along the likely avenues of approach, with reserves positioned for defense in depth. this way rapidly allowing him to thin unthreatened sectors to gather more men for reserves. He also intended to meet attacks at crossing points on the Tenero or Manticore, where the marine flanking tactics were favoured. During this time of lull in the fighting, Vandegrift carried out a reorganization of his officer corps as well, sending home a number of ineffective senior officers and forming a special unit of scout snipers under the command of Colonel William Whaling, specialized in scouting, stalking, and ambush tactics. Admiral Fitch was also appointed to replace Admiral McCain as commander of the South Pacific Air Forces, continuing with his program of night attacks against Rabaul. In the air aspect, both sides would take the time to reinforce their flying units, and the Cactus Air Force would continue to attempt night interceptions of the Tokyo Express runs. Returning to the Japanese, a new installment of Operation KA had been put in motion to bring the new reinforcements into the so-called Island of Death. To carry out the rat transportation of the reinforcements and supplies, 27 destroyers and 2 seaplane carriers were deployed in the South Pacific, while the artillery pieces that were too large and cumbersome for the destroyers were going to be transported from Shortland using barges in what was known as the Ant transportation. Although the 1st Battalion of the 4th Regiment was successfully brought to Guadalcanal on September 15th, the Tokyo Express runs were suspended by Admiral Hashimoto on September 24th, and the Ant transportation would prove to be too dangerous to actually be carried out. The Japanese High Command was then planning to resume their runs on October 1st so that the bulk of their forces could be assembled at Guadalcanal by October 14th, also planning to carry out special runs with the seaplane tender Nishin for the transportation of heavy artillery and tanks, and to form a high-speed convoy that would run directly to the island with many reinforcements. To support this, Admiral Yamamoto was further planning to neutralize the American air power in the region with a battleship bombardment of Henderson Field. But before these plans could be set in motion, General Vandegrift had decided to carry out a modest operation to secure the area directly west of his perimeter, planning to send the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Louis Puller, through the northern slopes of Mount Austin towards the Manticore-Kokombona area. Vandegrift was only expecting a ragged band of stragglers left behind by Kawaguchi there, so Edson's raiders would then advance to Kokombona to establish a temporary patrol base. On September 23rd, Puller began his advance to the southwest, quickly running into a Japanese bivouac and engaging the invaders. The Marines would eventually manage to push back their enemy, yet the struggle would leave a high number of casualties, so Vandegrift would have to send the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Marines to Puller's aid. Both forces would rendezvous on September 25th to then continue their march towards the Manticore through the Maizuru Road and then farther downstream. In the meantime, Kawaguchi had received reports of an incoming enemy attack landing at Kamimbo, so the 2nd and 3rd Battalions were pulled back further west to prepare for a counterattack. To cover the withdrawal of the Japanese units, Colonel Oka sent the 12th Company to seize a one-log bridge over the Manticore. There, the invaders clashed with Puller's column on September 26th, but both forces would rapidly disengage and continue their respective advances. Upon trying to cross the Manticore near its mouth, however, the Marines were quickly met with mortar fire from a well-dug-in Japanese company, which handily checked the American advance. Facing more resistance than expected, Colonel Edson was put in command of the operation, and he quickly came up with a hastily devised plan. His reinforced raiders would move up the river to cross the one-log bridge and attack the Japanese from the south, while Puller's column continued to hold its position and attack. After a sodden night, the raiders set out on September 27th, but they unexpectedly came under fire from the well-prepared 12th Company. The heroes of the Bloody Ridge were then cut down by the Japanese mortars and gunfire, getting pinned down as they suffered many casualties. At this point, a Japanese air raid was being executed, and a bomb would hit the division headquarters signal net, leaving the Marines without communications. Believing that the raiders had crossed the Manticore and were fighting on the west bank, Puller then decided to land 3 companies of his battalion at a beach west of Point Cruz so that the encirclement of the enemy would be complete. Under Major Otho Rogers, the Marines would successfully land near Point Cruz and then push inland to the first ridgeline, but Colonel Oka would rapidly send the retreating 2nd Battalion and the engaged 12th Company to attack the landing site. After moving about 500 yards, Rogers' men were engaged by the invaders, getting pinned down and suffering many losses, including that of their leader. By afternoon, Edson gained more accurate information about the situation, and thus decided to halt the attack. Puller then embarked on the destroyer Monsen to rescue his trapped men, and the surviving Marines would have to be evacuated under heavy fire. The fighting qualities and brilliant improvisation of Puller's men would finally allow for a rapid extraction, but the engagement had nonetheless left 60 dead and 100 wounded in total. This was a complete failure for the Americans, yet they also learned an important lesson to first acquire meaningful information about the enemy situation and the terrain before undertaking such an offensive. After their successful defense of the Manticore, the Japanese would also restart their express runs on October 1st, successfully bringing the rest of the Alba detachment to Guadalcanal. Covered by the raids of the 11th Air Fleet under Vice Admiral Kosaka Junichi, Japanese destroyers would continue to transport men and provisions to the island, while the Nishin also brought artillery pieces and more men from the 2nd Division of Lieutenant General Maruyama Masao on October 3rd and 8th. In retaliation, Admiral Gormley decided to send the Hornet to launch a strike at Shortland Island on October 5th, which had some moderate success, and the Cactus Air Force also sent many interception missions with varied results. Yet by October 6th, the Japanese runs had successfully brought around 3,000 men to Guadalcanal. In the meantime, General Kawaguchi had received numerous orders to seize the eastern bank of the Manticore to place artillery there, but knowing that his troops were physically spent and lacked sufficient equipment, he had refused to carry out these orders. When Maruyama arrived on October 3rd to take command, however, he set out to rearrange the defense of the Japanese perimeter, sending the Alba detachment of Major General Yasu Yumio to occupy the artillery firing positions on the eastern bank of the Manticore, and relieving the exhausted Kawaguchi detachment to guard the coast west of the Bonegi. Seeing the enemy concentration in front of them, Vandergrift decided to strike first, before the Japanese could start a new large-scale offensive. He planned for the 5th Marines to advance along the coast, cross the Manticore, and capture Kokombona to deny the enemy access to the upper reaches of the Lunga, while the 7th Marines and the Whaling Group, consisting of the Scout Sniper Detachment and the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Marines, would cross the Manticore at the One Log Bridge and attack down the ridgelines to encircle and trap the invaders. On the morning of October 7th, the attack force moved forward along the government track, with the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, rapidly encountering the Japanese 3rd Company some 500 yards east of the Manticore. Heavy fighting ensued, but the invaders showed considerable resistance and yielded ground very slowly. In response, Edson decided to send his raiders to reinforce the Marines and push the enemy, and by nightfall, the Japanese would only control an area of 400 yards in front of the river. Not knowing about the start of the enemy attacks along the Manticore, Nasu decided at this point to send the 1st and 3rd Battalions to extend Japanese control about 1,000 yards east of the Manticore, yet they would rapidly be under hostile fire. Meanwhile, the Whaling Group and the 7th Marines had turned sharply south and reached some bivouacs east of the One Log Bridge without opposition, starting to cross the Manticore at night. Dawn broke on October 8th with a torrential rain that prevented much action, although Nasu's 3rd Battalion would send a company across the Manticore, and the Marines would stealthily manage to reach the crest of the first ridge on the western bank of the river. By sunset, however, the Whaling Group advanced forward and launched an assault alongside the 5th Marines against Nasu's 1st Battalion, trying to clear them from the west bank of the Manticore. Yet some of the men of the 5th Marines would soon find themselves trapped between the Japanese 9th Company and the 3rd Battalion as they crossed the river, and because it was apparent that the whaling group couldn't complete the envelopment of the enemy on that day, the main attack had to be reluctantly postponed. At dusk, the 3rd Company also tried to break out of their pocket, engaging the raiders in confusing hand-to-hand combat and losing most of their men as they tried to cross the river. Despite the day of respite, the Japanese commanders lacked an understanding of the situation, so instead of sending the 2nd Battalion to meet the flank attacks, Nasu sent it to meet a fictitious landing along the coast. Finally, on the morning of October 9th, the whaling group and the 2 battalions of the 7th Marines were in position to start the offensive. Moving handily along the ridgelines towards the coast, the Marines fell upon the Japanese soldiers as they were getting destroyed by a heavy artillery and air bombardment. Colonel Hermann Hanneken's 2nd Battalion would rapidly cut off the Japanese 1st Battalion by taking Point Cruz, while Puller continued farther west and soon encountered the 2nd Battalion in a wooden ravine, artfully employing his artillery and mortars to launch a rain of high-explosive shells that decimated the enemy and forced them to escape up the barren hillside, where they could be finally cut down with direct machine gun and rifle fire. Trapped, Nasu's 1st Battalion was also badly mauled before the Marines had to start their withdrawal, as Vandegrift had been alerted from recent reports that the Japanese were poised to start their offensive, so he instead chose to terminate the Manticore action and then prepare to defend his perimeter. From this battle, the Americans had lost 65 men and 125 wounded, yet they had inflicted more than 700 casualties on the enemy, practically annihilating the Alba detachment as a fighting force, and successfully gaining control of the line of the Manticore. Despite this, the Japanese continued to transport more reinforcements with their express runs, landing some 2,200 soldiers by October 10th, including General Hyakutake, who would assume personal command of the incoming offensive. Yet upon stepping ashore, he was promptly informed about the near annihilation of the Alba detachment and about the loss of the key line of the Manticore and the artillery positions on its eastern bank. This was a huge loss for the Japanese general, as from there he was planning to assemble his forces in preparation for the offensive, and also to launch an important bombardment of Henderson Field. More shocking reports then followed, as Hyakutake was informed as well that the Japanese forces in Guadalcanal received only 1/2 the necessary amount of provisions, leaving them severely weakened from starvation. In that regard, Hyakutake immediately halted the movement of more men in favor of food and ammunition for the campaign, although more reinforcements would be effectively transported in the following days. On October 11th, for instance, there was a planned express run using the seaplane carriers Nishin and Chitose to bring heavy artillery and reinforcements to the island, covered by some short-range Zeros that would fly from the new airfield at Buin, which had been recently completed to give the Japanese more air power in the South Pacific. Concurrently, the Japanese would also undertake a naval bombardment of Henderson Field, sending forward Admiral Goto's 6th Cruiser Division to carry out the shelling of the American airfield. Meanwhile, General Vandegrift and Admiral Gormley continued to prepare their forces for the incoming offensive. The state of health of the American admiral was rapidly deteriorating due to the quick developments of the overall operation and being really pessimistic about the lack of resources for the campaign, and this had been affecting his ability to command for some time now. Admiral Nimitz himself toured the South Pacific in September, taking notice of his poor state and complaining about his lack of initiative to secure the Santa Cruz Islands. Thus, on October 6th, Gormley decided to continue with the plans to secure an airfield site on Indeni, something that was very contested by the US Army, and also to send the 164th Regiment of the Americal Division to reinforce Guadalcanal. Operation Fetlock, the occupation of the Ellice Islands, was also launched on October 2nd, with 3 destroyers landing the 5th Defense Battalion at Funafuti in complete secrecy. On the morning of October 8th, the 164th finally departed New Caledonia, en route to their new destination. They were to be escorted by Task Force 64, consisting of 4 cruisers and 5 destroyers, under Rear Admiral Norman Scott. and were further supported by the reinforced Task Force 17 of Rear Admiral George Murray, now boasting the flagship Washington. Scott also had a secondary mission to intercept and destroy Japanese forces moving to bombard or reinforce Guadalcanal. In that regard, he had to develop a doctrine for night surface actions, in which the Japanese knew that they were vastly superior, sinking 8 Allied cruisers and 3 destroyers without a single loss. Scott's battle plan was to steam in a column with destroyers ahead and astern of the cruisers, tasked with illuminating the targets with searchlights after radar contact, while the cruisers used their float planes to find and illuminate the enemy vessels. As soon as they had a target, they were to expertly use their gunnery to decimate the invaders. Yet this plan also had some flaws, as the offensive capabilities of the destroyers were neglected, and he also failed to take advantage of the superior SG radars, placing his flagship on a cruiser with obsolete SC radars instead. By October 9th, Scott would reach Rennell Island, lingering there until he could hear of enemy movements. 2 days later, as the Japanese convoy was approaching Guadalcanal, the 11th Air Fleet finally launched their air raid over Henderson Field, hoping to keep the American planes away from the seaplane carriers. The air battle ended up being fairly inconclusive, but it did fulfill the objective of pinning down the American planes. Yet during the struggle, the Marines would report the sighting of the Japanese convoy, and although they failed to detect Admiral Goto's force, this was enough for Scott to move towards Guadalcanal to intercept the enemy vessels. By 2200 on October 11th, the Americans were around the northwestern tip of the island, as the cruisers launched 3 float planes in search of the invaders, and half an hour later, Scott's ships entered battle formation. 2 of the float planes were eventually forced down, but the last remaining one managed to report enemy presence east of Savo Island by 2330, so Scott would order a course change towards the southwest. Unbeknownst to him, the Helena's SG radar had actually detected a contact at some 27,700 yards away, but this was not reported to Scott, thus wasting a perfect opportunity to achieve full surprise. During the course change, 2 cruisers would also execute an immediate turn instead of following the column, so Scott would fail to maintain formation. Meanwhile, the destroyer Duncan also had a clear radar contact, and believing that the enemy was closing in to attack, it charged alone against the enemy force. At 2342, the Helena at last reported enemy vessels to the northwest in a T formation, placing Goto's forces in the opposite direction than the one reported by the float plane, although this allowed Scott to cross the Japanese T. With hesitation due to the destroyer's position at starboard, the Helena's captain refused to fire without orders, as he was expected to, and instead asked for permission from Scott, finally opening fire at 2346. The sudden ripple of gunfire caught Goto's ships unprepared and unaware, believing it was the reinforcement convoy that was mistakenly firing at them. As Goto drew near, lookouts alerted him that these were American vessels, yet the Japanese admiral still didn't believe the enemy would dare to challenge him at night. The American cruisers, meanwhile, joined Helena in the attack and started to fire at the Alba, although they would also hit some of the leading destroyers at starboard. As the invaders started to turn in a parallel course, the first salvos began to smash Goto's flagship, inflicting heavy damage and mortally wounding the experienced admiral. In the ensuing confusion, the Japanese broke formation amidst a rain of gunfire and then began to retreat. But at 2347, believing that his ships were firing at the leading destroyers, Scott ordered a ceasefire. Some captains didn't heed those orders though, so the Japanese would continue to be hammered down as the Furataka turned to relieve the damaged Alba, receiving many critical hits as a result. At 2351, after communicating with the leading destroyers, Scott finally ordered fire to be resumed. During the fire lull, however, the San Francisco had tracked the destroyer Fubuki, unmistakingly identifying its nationality and executing such a strong barrage that the hapless destroyer burst into flames and began to sink. Meanwhile, Duncan rapidly found itself close enough to launch its torpedoes against Furataka. Yet the destroyer was under heavy friendly fire, so it would only get to fire 2 torpedoes before it was set afire by shells from both sides. The vessel would eventually have to be abandoned off Savo Island, and it would finally sink the following day. At the same time, the destroyer Buchanan also launched 5 torpedoes against Furataka, hitting the cruiser once and causing severe damage. In pursuit of the fleeing Japanese, Scott's cruisers would launch concentrated fire over the enemy, scoring over 40 hits on Alba and over 90 hits on Furataka. Although Goto's flagship would be able to survive the battle, the Furataka would at last sink around 0230 due to the sustained damage. The Kinugasa, however, had expertly avoided getting damaged, and around midnight it re-entered the fight by engaging San Francisco with accurate gunfire and by launching torpedoes against buoys. The cruiser's searchlights would further reveal its position, and Kinugasa would score 2 critical hits that inflicted heavy damage and forced buoys to retreat. The Salt Lake City then moved in to cover Boyce's withdrawal, engaging the Japanese cruiser in a duel that left her with major fires after 2 hits. In exchange, the Kinugasa only suffered 4 minor hits in the entire battle before they successfully pulled back. Scott continued to press the Japanese until he acknowledged the enemy's withdrawal around 020, when he finally decided to retire. This had been the first Japanese defeat in a night action in the entire war, and they paid dearly for it. Despite this, their reinforcement convoy would be successful nonetheless, landing some heavy artillery that would soon be felt by the Marines. The convoy would then be attacked by a series of airstrikes from Henderson Field, losing 2 destroyers against the Marine planes in the final actions of the battle, and on October 13th, the 164th Regiment would safely arrive at Guadalcanal. Though victorious, the Americans had also suffered many losses, and they would not be in a position to continue to contest the command of nighttime seas from the Japanese in the near future. Furthermore, while the 164th was landing, the IJN launched a strong air raid that rained bombs over Henderson Field from 30,000 feet, thus surprising the American fighters that couldn't intercept them and were then struck while they were refueling. And during the night, as the high-speed convoy of Rear Admiral Takuma Tamotsu steamed towards Guadalcanal, carrying almost 4,500 troops, as well as stocks of ammunition and provisions, Hyakutake's artillery began to shell the western end of the American airfield, while a strong fleet under Vice Admiral Kurita eased past the south of Savo Island to launch a huge naval bombardment of the American positions, as planned by Admiral Yamamoto. The invaders reported that explosions were seen everywhere, and the entire airfield was a sea of flame during the 83 minutes of bombardment. Firing a total of 973 shells from his battleships, Kurita managed to smash Henderson Field into temporarily unusable rubble, killing over 41 Marines, destroying so many aircraft that only 37 planes were left standing, and burning almost all of the American aviation gasoline. Although General Geiger was then reinforced with 17 SBDs and 20 Wildcats, and a smaller grassy strip was laid down to launch his planes while the main field was out of action, the power of the Cactus Air Force had been crippled, and they could do little to stop the next Japanese convoys, which would successfully land on Tassafaronga to bring more men and supplies. Thus, Hyakutake was ready for his final offensive. Meanwhile, Vandegrift estimated that the Japanese had landed a total of 15,000 soldiers, and although he still had more men, half of them were in no condition to undertake protracted actions. In that regard, General Marshall decided to send 50 fighters and 1 division to secure the Guadalcanal perimeter and the control of the sea adjacent to the island, although it would take some time for them to arrive. Another man that asked for more reinforcements was Admiral Gormley, crying again that his forces were totally inadequate to meet the situation. In response, Admiral Nimitz would send a total of 24 submarines to attack the Japanese at sea, but still he would decide to replace the defeatist commander of the South Pacific area with Admiral Halsey, who had by now recovered from his illness. Upon assuming command on October 18th, Halsey immediately scuttled the Indeni operation and moved the main fleet from Auckland to Noumea. His appointment would definitely change the situation in the South Pacific. In the days after the bombardment of Henderson Field, the Japanese would continue to hammer down the American defences with a number of air raids, yet the invaders would face severe anti-aircraft fire and strong resistance from the American airmen. Meanwhile, the Japanese were predictably planning to carry out a deep penetration march south of the enemy perimeter, culminating in a surprise attack on what they believed was the undefended American rear. Thus, while the artillery of Major General Sumiyoshi Tadashi distracted the Americans at the coast, the 2nd Division of General Maruyama would stealthily traverse the foot of Mount Austin using a jungle march and vault the upper reaches of the Lunga to attack into the airfield divided in 3 forces. Additionally, a battalion of the 228th Regiment was assigned to take Collie Point, where the Japanese believed that the Americans were building another airfield. On October 12, Hyakutake sent an engineer party to create the trail through which the 2nd Division would advance, dubbed the Maruyama Road, and 4 days later, General Maruyama's units would step off along the trail into the jungle. On October 18th, as the last elements of the division began the march, General Nasu's left-wing unit was reaching the Lunga River after a difficult advance. That night, the Japanese would begin to cross the river in a chest-deep fording point, with darkness masking their movement from American eyes. By October 20th, the 2nd Division had successfully concentrated on Clearwater Valley, and Maruyama was planning to launch his 2-pronged attack in 2 days. While the 2nd Division marched in preparation for the offensive, Sumiyoshi was deftly attracting the attention of the US Marines. Accompanying his relentless bombardment, he sent Colonel Oka's 124th Regiment to cross the Manticore south of the One Log Bridge towards Mount Austin and then attack north into the American positions on the eastern bank of the river, while Colonel Nakaguma Nomasu's 4th Regiment attacked along the coast and constructed demonstrations to simulate the presence of the bulk of the Japanese forces. By October 20th, Oka had crossed the Manticore and Nakaguma was east of Point Cruz, attracting enemy fire from the mouth of the river. As Maruyama's movement hadn't been discovered by the Marines, traversing totally uninhabited areas where his passage neither disturbed native villages nor crossed native trails, Sumiyoshi's diversions were highly effective, and thus the Americans started to get worried about their vulnerable positions in the west. On October 21st, however, the 2nd Division set off through the jungles towards the line of departure, yet the riotous vegetation would prevent them from reaching it in time and would force them to leave their artillery behind. Arriving on the evening of October 22nd, Maruyama would be forced to delay his attack for 24 hours while his men continued to move long after dark towards the assembly area. To retain American attention during the delay, Sumiyoshi would send Oka to seize the high ground east of the Manticore. On October 23rd, as Maruyama's forces rushed towards the assembly area to meet the deadline of the attack, Hyakutake ordered Sumiyoshi to secure the right bank of the river as early as possible, and he also prepared the Collie detachment to sail at noon. With Nakaguma's forces already in position, the attack against the forces led by Lieutenant Colonel William McKelvey was prepared to start immediately. Oka's unit, however, had encountered exceedingly difficult terrain and had gotten lost while marching east, and the advance of the 2nd Division was also met with many problems. Without visual reference or patrol reports, Maruyama's forces were blindly struggling through the dense jungles to reach the American airfield, and they would again fail to meet the deadline of the attack. Upon analyzing some aerial photographs of the area, General Kawaguchi also believed that if he shifted his thrust to the east, he would encounter weak defenses there, thus improving his chances of success. On his own initiative, he then took a battalion of his right-wing unit and began to move east, chopping their own new trails in an absolutely trackless jungle. Yet Maruyama found this unacceptable, and he quickly ordered Kawaguchi to stick to the original plan of attack. When Kawaguchi refused in his characteristic manner, he was promptly relieved of his command, getting replaced by Colonel Shoji. Despite this, the 2nd Division would fail to get to the assembly area in time, and Hyakutake would have to postpone the attack for another day. Sumiyoshi then tries to alert his forces about this as fast as possible, but Nakaguma's attack had already started on the afternoon of October 23rd. As the sunlight dwindled, Japanese artillery fire suddenly swelled into a heavy barrage on the Manticore Horseshoe before the Japanese light tanks began their assault in pairs. Despite their strong firepower, all 9 tanks were quickly destroyed by McKelvey's Marines and by the strong bombardment of the 11th Marines' 40 howitzers. Nakaguma's soldiers were also heavily pummeled by the American artillery, and they would suffer many losses as their attack foundered without gaining any ground. At the same time, Vandegrift had to depart in the morning for a meeting with Halsey on Noumea, so Generals Geiger and Rupertus would have to take temporary command of the American forces on Guadalcanal. At this point, Sumiyoshi's expertly executed deceptions were starting to pay off, as the American Southern Front was denuded of one of its battalions, which was instead sent to reinforce McKelvey's position. At first light on October 24th, after sighting Oka's unit marching north to join the attack, the 2nd Battalion 7th Marines of Lieutenant Colonel Hermann Hanneken was thus deployed to a high ridge facing Oka's advance. But more importantly, the battalion of Colonel Puller was left alone to guard a sector of 2,500 yards, with their main position on the already blood-soaked Edson's Ridge. Instead of spreading his 3 companies evenly from east to west, Puller decided to remove 1 platoon from each company to deploy them over the already fortified Bloody Ridge, while the rest of his forces dispersed along the 3 remaining sectors. Later that day, the Americans would receive their first reports of the enemy presence to the south, but it was already too late to change their dispositions. In the meantime, Maruyama's forces had finally reached their designated positions by early afternoon, scheduling the assault to start at 1900. Yet the heavy rain and cloudy evening would see a total darkness descend on the battlefield, and for several hours the Japanese advanced on the saturated jungle without engaging the defenders. Exhausted and in complete confusion, Shoji's right wing would stray into a northeasterly course and would fail to join the attack. Only one of its battalions would get to make a small and unsuccessful attack against Puller's Company A, and for some unknown reason, the 17th Army would receive false reports that Shoji had swiftly seized the airfield during this action. Meanwhile, Nasu's left wing passed in close proximity to an American outpost and eventually plunged into battle. The leading company tenaciously managed to press through between 2 enemy machine gun emplacements, yet a string of heavy barbed wire would see their advance completely stopped. In their erratic behavior, they would be rapidly cut down by the American artillery and machine gun fire. The 9th Company that was coming behind them then sheered considerably to the left, charging straight into the firing lines of Puller's Company C. Within about 5 minutes, the entire company was laying lifeless in front of the efficient defenders. An hour after midnight, American artillery also began to fall on Nasu's path, causing devastating casualties and sending many men to flee into the jungle. At this point, Puller decided to further reinforce his 4 positions with his immediate reserves of the 3rd Battalion 164th Regiment, and he would also ask Geiger and Rupertus for more reinforcements. Yet Puller's artillerymen were fighting like hellhounds, and only some men from the 3rd Battalion 29th Regiment would manage to get through the American barrage by dawn. The Japanese would then get stopped by barbed wire, suffering many losses against the American bayonets, though some 100 soldiers would get to intrude into the positions of the defenders, successfully carving a salient deep into Puller's line. To aid their comrades, another Japanese battalion soon tried to join the struggle, but it would be quickly checked at the edge of the jungle. This finally forced Nasu to order the withdrawal around 0730, leaving the 100 men deep within enemy lines to be swiftly eradicated by the Marines. October 25th also dawned to see Admiral Mikawa's ships converging on Guadalcanal to blockade the Americans by sea, and to escort the Collie detachment, with the alleged capture of Henderson Field setting their plans in motion. After being informed that the situation at the airfield was unknown, however, Mikawa decided to send his 2 assault units to launch a naval bombardment of Henderson Field and to call off the invasion of Collie Point. At the same time, Wildcats were continuously roaring off to engage wave after wave of Zeros and enemy bombers coming both from Rabaul and from the Japanese carriers nearby, and the airmen would also successfully stop the enemy naval bombardment by 1400, destroying the light cruiser Jura and damaging other vessels. In the meantime, Geiger and Rupertus were redeploying their forces to better counter the enemy. The 3rd Battalion 5th Marines were sent to close the gap between the Manticore Horseshoe and the perimeter. Puller's battalion resettled into the western 1400 yards of the sector, while the 3rd Battalion 164th Regiment of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Hall occupied the eastern 1100 yard segment facing the jungle, and the 3rd Battalion 2nd Marines was placed behind this line as a last reserve. Meanwhile, Maruyama wanted to resume the attack after dark, placing his 16th Regiment under the command of Nasu's depleted unit and directing them to support the men that had made a breakthrough earlier that day, as he still believed that they held on. Starting at 2000 hours, Nasu thus restarted his attack, sending the remnants of his 29th Regiment to storm Puller's and Hall's positions in small groups, while the 16th Regiment assaulted the boundary between the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 164th Regiment around midnight. But as the main column advanced through a narrow trail, 2 37mm guns started to wreak havoc among the Japanese ranks, inflicting over 250 casualties in this terrible carnage. Losses for the invaders were heavy all along the front, and only a few soldiers would manage to infiltrate the American defences, although they would be quickly dealt with by Hall's Marines and Puller's reserves. Most of the Japanese commanders were also killed during this struggle, including General Nasu, who was mortally wounded by rifle fire and died early the next morning. Yet again, Shoji would fail to join the attack, as he had received false reports of an American outflanking movement around his right flank, leading him to instead cover his right flank from an imaginary attack. By early morning, it was clear that Maruyama's attack had turned into another unmitigated disaster. More than 1,500 Japanese soldiers had been added to the black list of Edson's Ridge when Hyakutake decided to halt the attack at 0800 on October 26th. In contrast, Puller and Hall lost only 45 dead and about 83 wounded in the 2 days of fighting. Yet at the same time, Oka was finally launching his attack on the Manticore front. Suffering heavy artillery fire for 40 minutes, Hanneken's men strung tightly across the ridge as they finally saw Oka's column approaching shortly before midnight. At 0300 on October 26th, the Japanese struck all along the front, with the main attack directed against the western flank. The invaders were met by a rain of mortar fire that inflicted many losses, but despite this, the 3rd Battalion 4th Regiment would manage to dislodge Hanneken's Company F from the crest. A strong counterattack unit was then hastily assembled, and they would go on to surprisingly repel the enemy with a shower of grenades before they could consolidate their grip. By 0600, the situation had stabilized, and Oka was forced to retreat. The Japanese had further suffered more than 700 casualties during the Manticore actions, while McKelvey and Hanneken only lost 16 killed and 43 wounded. The defeat of this third offensive would administer a severe psychological blow to the 17th Army, as Maruyama limped back to Kokombona, successfully arriving with his left wing by November 4th. Shoji, meanwhile, would be sent east to occupy Collie Point, also arriving there on November 4th after an arduous and exhausting march through the wilderness. Vandergrift's forces had once again held their ground against overwhelming odds, and against the full might of the Imperial Army. Yet they were not fully in control of their own fates, as simultaneously with the struggle ashore, the navies squared off for another carrier battle at sea. Concurrent with the fighting to the south of Edson's Ridge, Admiral Yamamoto had been planning to draw Allied naval forces into what he hoped would be a truly decisive battle for the Japanese, unlike the disaster that Midway had been. With 5 carriers fully equipped with air groups, and numerous battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, the largest force yet committed to this day, Yamamoto was confident that he could destroy any American fleet attempting to intervene. Yet his plan was also based on the notion that the 2nd Division would successfully capture Henderson Field. Once he received word that the airfield was under Japanese control, then Yamamoto's support force would swing into action. Admiral Kondo's advance force, consisting of 2 carriers, 2 battleships, and a large number of cruisers and destroyers, would transit east of Malaita Island and then move into the Guadalcanal area to mop up any American forces there. Meanwhile, Admiral Nagamo's 3rd Fleet, formed around the fleet carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku and the light carrier Zuiho, would cover Kondo's left flank until the advance force reached its final position southeast of Guadalcanal. Both forces would be separated by a distance of about 100 miles, so that any one plane couldn't discover both at the same time, and another 100 miles to the south would be Rear Admiral Abe Hiroaki's vanguard force, consisting of 2 battleships with more cruisers and destroyers. In the meantime, Admiral Halsey had taken command of the South Pacific area, immediately deciding to go on the offensive to relieve the threat to Vandegrift's Marines. Whereas Admirals Fletcher and Gormley had conservatively deployed their carriers out of Japanese air search range, thus relying on their long-range PBYs to provide them with warning, Halsey instead planned to move north of the Santa Cruz Islands in an aggressive search for Japanese forces. If nothing was encountered, then he would continue forward to strike Japanese shipping in the Shortland Islands anchorage. For this task, he selected Rear Admiral Thomas Kinkaid's Task Force 61, mainly built around the carriers Hornet and the recently repaired Enterprise. On October 21st, as Hyakutake prepared to launch his offensive, Yamamoto suffered his first setback when an engine room fire broke out on Hio, forcing the carrier to return to Truk for repairs. On October 22nd and 23rd, with the 2 subsequent delays for the launch of the attack on Henderson Field, Yamamoto's support force would also have to turn north and south again twice, giving American PBYs the opportunity to spot Nagamo's vanguard force and one of his carriers. Now aware of strong enemy forces in the area, Halsey then directed Task Force 64 to assemble northeast of Espiritu Santo by October 24th. At the same time, Nagamo also knew that his forces had been spotted. As the support force turned north for a second time on October 24th, the uncertain Nagamo decided to continue north beyond what Yamamoto had ordered, thus leaving Kondo unaware that he was sailing back south alone. Yet this delay didn't go down well with Yamamoto, and he would order Nagamo to hastily reverse course to the south to join the attack. Finally, on October 25th, Hyakutake's offensive had started, and we'll recall that he would be falsely informed about the fall of Henderson Field. Although Japanese fighters over Guadalcanal would rapidly discover that this was not the case, Yamamoto would order Kondo to turn north once again after he received this news. Concurrently, long-range American search aircraft were doing some excellent work, and by midday, their PBYs and B-17s had spotted Kondo's advance force, Abe's vanguard force, and all 3 of Nagamo's carriers. With this new information at hand, Admiral Kinkaid and his staff were pondering possible actions when Halsey interrupted them with some orders that would electrify the entire American Navy. Strike, repeat, strike. Yet the Japanese were well beyond Kinkaid's striking range, so he would have to increase his speed to 27 knots to reduce their distance. Inexplicably, Kinkaid would then select Enterprise's inexperienced air group for an afternoon strike, and out of the 35 aircraft that were selected to launch at 1400, only 19 planes would depart by 1425. Additionally, some B-17s had decided to bomb Abe's vanguard force, which was now retreating north out of the American range. In the end, the Enterprise's planes sought the enemy farther than intended, leaving them short on fuel and forcing them to request a disastrous night recovery, in which 8 aircraft were lost. For the remainder of the day, Enterprise would handle all search and patrol duties with its remaining planes, while Kinkaid continued to drive northwards and the Japanese turned south once again. Thus, a confrontation was looming on the horizon. During the early hours of October 26th, Enterprise's PBYs still searched for the enemy position. By 0300, the seaplanes had located the vanguard force and the carrier Zuikaku, then attempting to execute some unsuccessful glide bombing runs over them. Yet communication problems prevented Kinkaid from learning of these reports until 0512, which cost him the opportunity to strike immediately, as he'd sent 16 SBDs some minutes before. Ever cautious, Nagamo had at the same time decided to reverse course to the north after the PBY attacks, launching 14 torpedo bombers to search for the enemy and preparing some 25 fighters for air patrol. One of these B-5Ns would then go on to spot Hornet's task force to the southeast, successfully reporting this sighting by 0700. Immediately, Nagamo ordered his first strike force to prepare for launch. By 0730, a strike force consisting of 64 aircraft under the command of Lieutenant Commander Murata Shigeharu had successfully launched and was heading southeast towards Hornet's location. Half an hour earlier, Kinkaid had also received reports that his SBDs had spotted again the vanguard force and Nagamo's carriers, then attempting some failed attacks that cost them one bomber. These sightings now placed the enemy between 185 and 200 miles to the northwest. So Kinkaid immediately ordered a strike by both carriers. By 0820, Hornet had launched a first wave of 29 planes and a second wave of 26 aircraft, and Enterprise had also dispatched a total of 20 planes, with the three forces proceeding separately to their target. At the same time, as Nagamo prepared his second strike force, two SBDs managed to execute a remarkable surprise attack that left Zuiho unable to recover aircraft after a single hit. By 0900, however, the Japanese had also launched a total of 46 planes, divided in two groups under Lieutenant Commander Seki Mamoru, so Nagamo was throwing all his available strike aircraft at the enemy. Concurrent to the carrier strike, Kondo and Abe were also moving east to join Nagamo's forces so that they could finish off any damaged American vessels. Around 0835, as the American and Japanese strike groups closed into their targets, they saw each other rushing in the opposite direction. Recklessly, when the Japanese spotted Enterprise's group, Murata's escort of 9 Zeros decided to launch an attack on them. In the ensuing dogfight, the Americans lost 3 fighters and 2 TBFs, and the Japanese lost 4 Zeros. Additionally, 2 Avengers, a Wildcat, and the remaining 5 Zeros would have to return to their carriers. At 0840, Shokaku's radar reported Hornet's first wave coming from the southwest. Above his carriers, Nagamo had some 20 Zeros at various altitudes on combat air patrol, while another 3 had been dispatched to cover Abe's forces. By 1910, Hornet's first strike group had spotted Abe's vanguard force, rapidly engaging the 3 Zeros on air patrol. In 2 subsequent and remarkable attacks, the 3 Zeros got to shoot down 2 Wildcats and heavily damaged another 2, leaving Hornet's group without fighter escort at a cost of 2 Zeros lost. Despite this, 14 SBDs under Lieutenant Commander William Whithelm got through the Japanese air patrol and started to dive against Shokaku. More than 4 hits were scored against the carrier, causing extensive damage, but failing to sink the vessel. At 0925, Hornet's second wave then appeared, but as they couldn't locate Nagamo's carriers, they would instead attack the heavy cruiser Chikuma, scoring 3 hits that caused heavy damage, but that didn't sink the vessel. The diminished Enterprise group would be the last to appear, launching attacks against the heavy cruisers Suzier and Chikuma, but failing to hit either. All in all, the performance of Kinkaid's strike had been disappointing, losing 8 aircraft in the attack and only damaging 1 carrier and 1 cruiser. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Commander John Griffin had decided to place 18 Wildcats over Enterprise, 15 fighters over Hornet, and another 4 between the 2 task forces. In a disastrous move, Griffin's Wildcats were all at 10,000 feet to conserve fuel and oxygen, believing that radar would give them plenty of warning to change altitude. Yet Kinkaid's carriers would fail to detect the incoming Japanese strike with their radars. So at 0853, Murata would spot Task Force 17, immediately ordering an attack over Hornet. Just 2 minutes later, Kinkaid's carriers finally detected the Japanese, and Griffin ordered his pilots to climb above 10,000 feet, but it was already too late. The bombers of Lieutenant Takahashi Sadamu were the first to attack, although they were rapidly engaged by the Wildcats on air patrol. At a cost of 3 fighters, the Americans shot down 4 bombers and severely damaged 3 others. Takahashi's surviving 7 bombers then began their dives at 0910 in a fully coordinated attack that reduced the effectiveness of anti-aircraft fire. The remarkable dive bombing attack saw Hornet suffer 3 critical hits that created an 11-foot hole and caused explosions after 2 bombs penetrated 3 decks. With 2 groups attacking in an anvil formation from both bows of the carrier, Murata then led his torpedo bombers to strike at the carrier. At this point, however, Griffin had sent some of Enterprise's Wildcats south, while Hornet turned northeast to force Murata into a disadvantageous stern attack. Murata himself led 3 5BMs to launch the first attack, successfully dropping their torpedoes from a bad angle and at a cost of 2 bombers, including the experienced Murata. The result was devastating, with 2 torpedo hits causing the carrier to stop. As Hornet continued to turn northwest, Murata's remaining 8 bombers would have to attack with an even worse angle. They would fail to hit the carrier or the cruiser Pensacola and would further lose 3 B-5Ns. A second group of 6 dive bombers would then start their attack, although they would be engaged by Enterprise's Wildcats coming from the north, losing 1 D-3A. The remaining 5 attacked Hornet, but failed to hit her, although 1 pilot would crash his aircraft onto the carrier, thus starting large fires. The last groups of Japanese aircraft would then be engaged by the Wildcats, suffering heavy losses and scoring no hits. Only 1 damaged D-3A pilot would manage to skillfully crash into the carrier's side, starting a large fire on the dead ship. Murata's attack resulted in one of the finest coordinated strikes by Japanese aircraft, leaving Hornet dead in the water, but paying a hefty price, as only 15 planes managed to return, thus losing many experienced pilots such as Murata. Now, however, Seki's second wave was approaching Enterprise. Yet again, Kinkaid's radars failed, and the Japanese were only met with 8 Wildcats at 10,000 feet and 13 more at lower altitudes. Attacking in 3 groups, Seki's bombers managed to score 2 hits on Enterprise, destroying 10 aircraft on deck, though they failed to cause serious damage. Despite the ineffective air patrol, the American anti-aircraft fire proved to be deadly for the Japanese, successfully shooting down 3 bombers, including that of Seki. The last group of B-5Ns then arrived by 10:40, although they wouldn't get through the Wildcat patrol, only managing to score a critical torpedo hit over the destroyer Smith. If they had scored only 1 torpedo hit over Enterprise, then the carrier might have been left to suffer Hornet's fate, so Griffin's Wildcats did a good job dealing with these torpedo bombers. In a bizarre set of events, however, the destroyer Porter would then be hit by a torpedo from an Avenger that was ditching, and the destroyer would later be scuttled due to its damage. Finally, after closing range with the Americans, the carrier Junyo had launched a strike force of 36 aircraft by 0905. They would start to reach their target by 1121, undetected by Kinkaid's radars, thus facing few enemy Wildcats on patrol. Despite this, Junyo's D-3As only scored 1 hit on Enterprise due to the heavy anti-aircraft fire, causing more damage on the carrier. Additionally, the battleship South Dakota and the light cruiser San Juan would also be hit once, suffering moderate damage. As Nagamo prepared more strikes with the few aircraft he could spare, and Kondo headed towards the last known position of the Americans, Kinkaid decided to withdraw at 11:35, leaving behind Hornet, while Enterprise carried 84 planes on board. Nagamo also withdrew with the damaged Shokaku and Zuiho, leaving Admiral Kakuta to command Zuikaku. During the afternoon, Junyo and Zuikaku would send more strikes towards the enemy, successfully disrupting Northampton's attempt at towing Hornet, and finally forcing Halsey to scuttle the carrier. Kondo would then continue to pursue the Americans for the night, but the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands was essentially over. This was an impressive victory, but also a Pyrrhic one for the Japanese, sinking one enemy carrier, damaging another among other vessels, and destroying 81 American aircraft. But in the words of Nagumo, it was not an overwhelming victory. And although they had only suffered some damage on 2 carriers, the Japanese had lost 99 aircraft and a total of 148 experienced aircrew. Because of an institutionalized limited capacity in its naval aircrew training programs and an absence of trained reserves, the Japanese would have a hard time replacing its lost veteran carrier aircrew in the future, so its air power would be severely weakened after this battle. This also shattered Yamamoto's hope to win a decisive victory against the enemy, and as a punishment, Nagumo was then relieved from his command and reassigned to shore duty in Japan. After the 4th carrier battle of the war and the failed Japanese offensive to take Henderson Field, both sides had mixed feelings. The Americans were suffering an atmosphere of tense expectation after the loss of Hornet, leaving only 1 carrier active in the Pacific. In that regard, President Roosevelt ordered 20 ships to be released for the Southwest Pacific, although he still set out his priorities on the North African front. At the same time, the Japanese reported that they had sunk 4 carriers and a battleship at the Battle of Santa Cruz Islands, a result that they believed tilted the balance of naval power decisively in Japan's favor. Thus, they were confidently preparing for another offensive to take Guadalcanal, further believing that they'd been very close to victory on their last attempt. Immediate plans were then drawn by the 17th Army, calling for the 51st Division and the 21st Independent Mixed Brigade to reinforce the 2nd Division, while the 38th Division was appointed to land at Collie Point for an attack from the east. To transport so many forces, however, would require approximately 800 destroyer runs and 20 seaplane tender runs. For Yamamoto, this plan was so unrealistic that success might be unattainable with such brains in charge of the 17th Army. Because of this, the Collie operation would be dropped on October 30th, and by November 4th, a more realistic plan had been drafted, calling for the neutralization of Henderson Field with more air raids and naval bombardments to cover the movement of 1 large convoy to the island. Additionally, the Japanese would have to relieve some of their exhausted and depleted air units, as in the course of 1 month, the 11th Air Fleet had lost 2/3 of its strength, including many highly skilled crews. The same would also be done by the Americans, with Brigadier General Lewis Woods taking command of this renewed Cactus Air Force. During the last few days, Henderson Field had also been completely repaired, and a second airstrip, labelled Fighter 2, had been built to the northwest. Meanwhile, General Vandergrift and Admiral Halsey had decided not to passively wait for another Japanese attack in this time. As Halsey prepared the 8th Marine Regiment, the 2nd Raider Battalion, and the 182nd Regiment to reinforce Guadalcanal, Vandergrift was planning to conduct a limited offensive to clear out the Manticore area so that Henderson Field would be out of artillery range. His plan was for Colonel Edson's 5th Marines to lead an attack to seize Cocambona and drive the enemy back across the Poja River, while the Whaling Group supported them with an attack through the One Log Bridge and the 2nd Marines were held in reserve. In front of them, General Sumiyoshi had Colonel Nakaguma's 4th Regiment guarding the western bank of the Manticore, with Colonel Oka's half-strength 124th Regiment extending the Japanese line into Mount Austin. During the early hours of November 1st, the Manticore offensive began as American engineers threw a trio of footbridges across the river for the 5th Marines to cross. By 0700, with B-17s raining bombs over the Japanese, the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 5th Marines had successfully crossed, then started their separate movements inland and on the coast. An hour later, the 3rd Battalion joined the rest of the Marines, while they advanced facing almost no opposition. Farther south, the Whaling Group had also crossed the One Log Bridge, and was moving parallel to the 2nd Battalion 5th Marines. Yet at 0830, the 1st Battalion was suddenly met with a lash of machine gun and artillery fire from Nakaguma's 7th Company. The fighting in front of Point Cruz was bloody, with the Marines suffering heavy casualties as they were driven by a Japanese counterattack. Late in the afternoon, Edson sent the 3rd Battalion to join in the struggle, and although the Marines would manage to regroup, they still couldn't break through the strong Japanese defences. The lack of progress finally forced Edson to order his 2nd Battalion to veer north to the coast and envelop the enemy, with the Whaling Group and the 2nd Marines taking over their march. Yet at the same time, Nakaguma's 2nd Battalion had suffered so many losses that it had almost vanished against the enemy. Thus, Sumiyoshi would send the 2nd Anti-Tank Gun Battalion to hold off the American offensive at a pre-prepared emplacement behind Point Cruz. On November 2nd, Edson's Marines resumed their advance, with his 2nd Battalion rapidly completing the encirclement of the Japanese position. Difficult cave fighting then ensued, while the 2nd Battalion started a bayonet charge late in the day that sliced through the northern portion of the enemy defences. On November 3rd, with the Whaling Group and 2nd Marines advancing well beyond Point Cruz, Edson's Marines would at last reduce the Japanese pocket, capturing a substantial amount of equipment and artillery. In contrast, Nakaguma fielded less than 500 soldiers, and was only reinforced with some 170 sapped men, so he was contemplating seeking death in a final charge with the regimental colours. Yet he would be ordered not to charge, as the Japanese needed to contain the enemy at all costs, or else the 2nd Division's retreat would be cut off at Kokumbuna. Without any other possible reinforcements to throw against the enemy, the Japanese needed a miracle at Mantenoucor. Meanwhile, the Americans had discovered that 5 Japanese destroyers were going to land some 300 soldiers at Collie Point, with 2 mountain guns and provisions for the Shoji detachment on the night of November 2nd. To contain this new enemy threat, Vandergrift had sent the 2nd Battalion 7th Marines of Colonel Hanneken to march east and intercept this convoy. During the night, as the Japanese tried to unload their cargo under SBD attacks, Hanneken had crossed the Metapona River, aligning his forces in the woods in front of the beach for the incoming ambush. Yet communication problems would prevent them from receiving their orders to attack, so the invaders would manage to land their 300 soldiers and provisions unhindered. At dawn on November 3rd, however, the Japanese then began to advance down the beach, rapidly stumbling across Hanneken's forces and engaging them in a heavy mortar duel. Still without communications and suffering many casualties, Hanneken would decide to pull back to the west bank of the Nalimbiu by midday, where he finally managed to send a message to Vandergrift alerting him of the strong Japanese presence in the east. Believing that the invaders were going to land an additional division at Collie in preparation for another major offensive, Vandergrift at last decided to terminate the Mantenoucor offensive so that he could shift most of his forces to counter the Collie Point threat. Thus, as the 1st Battalion 7th Marines were sent to immediately reinforce Hanneken, Edson's forces were recalled to Lunga Point, and 3 battalions were left to hold the western front, some 2,000 yards west of Point Cruz. Surprisingly, the Japanese miracle had come, and the 2nd Division would have an open route to safely arrive at Kokumbuna. Additionally, the Shoji detachment was beginning to reach Collie, so the Japanese could hope to hold this position against the enemy attacks. His arrival, however, was off to a bad start, as Marine aircraft managed to kill 100 of his men as they arrived. At the same time, Vandergrift had appointed General Rupertus to command the Joint Service Collie Point operation, assigning him the 164th Regiment, 2 tank companies, and the 3rd Battalion 10th Marines' howitzers. On the morning of November 4th, while the Japanese were subjected to a naval bombardment, Rupertus's forces commenced their difficult march through alternating gnarled swamps and parched grassy plains, arriving at the Nalimbiu only by nightfall. The following day, they would then cross the river to envelop the Japanese inland flank, but yet again they were met with heavy resistance by the difficult terrain. Meanwhile, 2 main events transpired during these days. First, as the 8th Marines got to Lunga, Carlson's raiders had landed unopposed at Aula on November 4th to clear the way for the construction of a new airfield. And second, on the night of November 5th, the first Japanese reinforcement convoy arrived at Tassafaronga, bringing General Ito's 228th Regiment to Guadalcanal. Finally, on the morning of November 6th, the 7th Marines crossed the Nalimbiu to join Rupertus for the attack on Collie. After assembling his forces west of Nalimbiu, Rupertus finally started to push east on November 7th, reaching the mouth of the Mesopotamia River by night and digging in because of a possible Japanese naval landing. This was the second convoy sent by the Japanese, which would go on to fend off the attacks of the Cactus Air Force to land their reinforcements at Tassafaronga. At this point, Shoji had also finally reached Colli Point, where he received orders from General Hyakutake to abandon his current position and rejoin the other forces at Kokumbona. Thus, by November 8th, Shoji had deployed a sizable force at Tetere, which would be dug in along Gavaga Creek to cover his withdrawal. On this day, Rupertus would also order the 7th Marines to surround the enemy position, but the advance of the Marines would be constantly hindered by the Japanese mountain guns. The relentless shelling would further inflict many casualties on the Americans, with Colonel Puller getting wounded several times and finally being forced to evacuate. At the same time, dengue fever would also force Rupertus to relinquish his command to Brigadier General Edmund Sebri. Additionally, General Vandergrift ordered the 1st Battalion 164th Regiment to be redeployed for a renewed western offensive on November 9th, leaving only its 2nd Battalion to complete the encirclement of the enemy. This wouldn't be enough though, and a hole would be left on the southern side where a swampy creek notched the American lines. To remedy this, Sebri decided to place a company there while the rest of his forces gradually compressed the enemy pocket with a heavy bombardment. Yet by nightfall, Shoji had discovered this weak spot in the American line, immediately ordering his forces to escape the pocket. Around 3,000 hungry and exhausted men of the Shoji detachment managed to escape that night, only leaving behind some 500 soldiers dug in on a clump of woods between the beach and the grassy fields. By November 11th, the Americans had finally brought forward their artillery, and Sebri had closed the gap with another company. He then proceeded to exterminate the remaining opposition at Tetere, reporting more than 450 enemy casualties by November 12th. Meanwhile, General Vandergrift had brought the 8th Marines and the 1st Battalion 164th Regiment to reinforce the Marine position on Point Cruz. On November 10th, Colonel John Arthur finally resumed the attack against Kokumbona, yet they were met by fresh troops from the 228th Regiment, who effectively managed to slow down the American advance. By night, 5 Japanese destroyers would also land some 600 reinforcements, including General Sano from the 38th Division, who would immediately take command of the situation. The following morning, he sent 1 battalion towards Mount Austin to outflank and destroy the American forces. Yet Admiral Yamamoto's large convoy of 7,000 reinforcements would appear on this day, and its sighting by Australian coast watchers and aerial reconnaissance would finally force Vandergrift to suspend the attack and return to the east bank of the Manticore, as he believed that another major Japanese offensive. On November 8th, Yamamoto had ordered the 11th Air Fleet to launch a full-scale bombardment of the American positions, while Admiral Kondo's advance force was ordered to take a position north of Guadalcanal by November 12th, planning to use the battleships of Admiral Abe's bombardment unit for another heavy naval bombardment. Admiral Mikawa's 8th Fleet would then escort a large convoy towards Guadalcanal, dispatching Admiral Nishimura's support force to also bombard Henderson Field, while the troops landed on Tassafaronga and Cape Esperance by November 13th. Merely a day after Yamamoto issued his operations order, American cryptanalysts had already informed Admiral Halsey of the Japanese plan, only missing out on the planned naval bombardment. Yet the atmosphere was still of tense expectation in the US, as Halsey only had 1 damaged carrier available, which was far away conducting repairs. In his characteristic way, however, he wasn't seriously considering evading battle. Instead, he instructed Admiral Turner's Task Force 67 to run 2 separate but heavily escorted American groups of transports, which would bring some 5,500 reinforcements to Guadalcanal, whereas Admiral Scott's vessels would escort the 1st Marine Aviation Engineer Battalion, and Rear Admiral Daniel Callahan had the task of protecting the transports of the 182nd Regiment. Meanwhile, Halsey had instructed Admiral Kincaid's Task Force 16 and Rear Admiral Willis Lee's Task Force 64 to rush to Guadalcanal and destroy the enemy fleet. Yet, as we've shown, they were too far away, and in the meantime Scott and Callahan would have the task of interfering with the initial Japanese assault. After sustaining some aerial attacks, Task Force 67 would reach Iron Bottom Sound on the night of November 11th. The following morning, Admiral Turner's transports began unloading at Lunga Point, successfully repelling one major Japanese airstrike during the afternoon. At this point, however, Turner had been alerted of the sightings of Abe's bombardment unit on a southerly course towards Lunga Point, and of Admiral Tanaka's convoy departing Shortland. He knew that the enemy was probably coming to repeat the naval bombardment of Henderson Field, so he directed his surface forces to intercept and destroy them. Yet instead of choosing the experienced Scott, victor of Cape Esperance, he decided to appoint Callahan to command the task force, as he had 15 days of seniority over Scott. Nonetheless, the highly outnumbered American force would deploy in a line-ahead formation to meet the enemy. Meanwhile, Abe had encountered heavy weather that left him with no visibility, resulting in his forces getting dispersed and making them vulnerable to surprise. Shortly after midnight on November 13th, he would come out of the thunderstorms not knowing that his vessels were dispersed. He would then immediately order the naval bombardment to start, but unbeknownst to him, Callahan had already learned his location, planning to come to starboard to cross the T of the Japanese. At 0140, the destroyer Cushing would spot Abe's leading destroyers, and this report would reach Callahan among many other reports from his SG radars. Yet Callahan soon found himself hesitating in the face of the enemy, and this would give Abe a couple of minutes to prepare for the incoming attack. Upon spotting the American vessels, Abe would order his ships to illuminate the enemy with their searchlights, thus forcing the cruiser Atlanta to engage the source of the light at 0150. Soon, the ships in the van of each formation were immediately caught up in a maelstrom of gunfire that lasted for 10 minutes. Atlanta in particular suffered 32 hits from the concentrated enemy fire, and some 19 hits from cruiser San Francisco's unfortunate friendly fire. Admiral Scott was killed in the resulting barrage, and a torpedo hit would finally seal the fate of the dying cruiser. Yet the Japanese would also suffer from this rain of fire, with the destroyer Akatsuki sinking after getting shattered by gunfire, and with the battleship Hiei suffering so many hits at short range that several levels of its superstructure were set aflame, and Abe himself was wounded. Only 2,500 yards apart, a surface duel between Hiei and San Francisco then ensued, but the incendiary shells of the battleship, which had been prepared to bombard the airfield, often failed to penetrate the cruiser's armor. Nonetheless, the American cruiser suffered 3 critical hits that shattered its superstructure and ended the life of Admiral Callahan. At 0154, however, San Francisco had also scored a devastating hit on Hiei, creating a large hole in the hull that opened the way for substantial amounts of water, thus forcing the battleship to limp north away from the battle. And in the center of the action, the lead American destroyer group would suffer heavily from the fire exchange as well. As the Cushing received numerous hits from the cruiser Nagara and would later be finished off by some Japanese destroyers, the Laffey also suffered several gunfire and torpedo hits that finally left her sinking. Behind them, the cruiser Portland received a torpedo hit that caused considerable damage, and the rear group of destroyers finally suffered an unexpected attack as the aggressive destroyer Amatsukaze launched a full salvo of 8 torpedoes, successfully scoring 2 hits on Barton, which quickly broke in 2 and sank. At 0200, however, although the Japanese had inflicted more casualties than their enemy, the wounded Abe felt that they were forced to cancel the bombardment mission, and thus he ordered his vessels to withdraw north of Savo Island. During the Japanese retreat, the Amatsukaze suffered much damage under the fire of the cruiser Helena, and the destroyer Monsen sank after suffering Japanese concentrated fire. The destroyer Murasame and the cruiser Juno also caused some heavy damage to each other, and the destroyer Yodachi would be the last to sink after disabling the destroyer Sterret. Among other ships damaged are the destroyer Ikazuchi and the Helena, both suffering minor gunfire damage. By daybreak, however, the 2 fleets were withdrawing away from the battlefield. 5 destroyers protected the crippled Hiei, but with Henderson Field so close, the Japanese were not optimistic about its survival. A total of 70 sorties would be flown against the battleship during the day, yet they would all be ineffective, only scoring 2 torpedo hits that were not critical. Nonetheless, Abe ordered to beach Hiei to evacuate its crew, an order that was refused by Captain Nishida Misao, who believed in its survival. In the end, however, the battleship would receive 2 critical torpedo hits in the afternoon, and the Japanese would be forced to abandon the vessel, which would finally sink northwest of Savo Island by nightfall. Meanwhile, by midday, the withdrawing Americans also suffered a deadly surprise attack, as the submarine I-26 managed to strike the Juneau with a critical torpedo hit that caused a catastrophic explosion, sinking the cruiser in seconds. Despite the loss of their first battleship in the war, the Japanese still had a sizable naval force, so Yamamoto decided to postpone the arrival of the large convoy for 1 day while his forces launched a second attempt at a naval bombardment. Thus, Admiral Nishimura led his forces into Iron Bottom Sound to shell the airfield during the early hours of November 14th, although he would only hit Fighter 1 and 3 aircraft. Then, at the same time that Nishimura and Mikawa retreated to Savo Island, Tanaka began to move forward with the large convoy. Unbeknownst to them, the carrier Enterprise was now entering the area, and joined by aircraft coming from Espiritu Santo and Guadalcanal, the Americans would launch a series of devastating air attacks that sank the cruiser Kinugesa, heavily damaged the cruiser Maya, and successfully disabled 7 Japanese transports. Although the convoy had already been largely destroyed, Kondo was reassembling his forces by nightfall to prepare for a second assault. Still, he would not commit his carrier unit with 2 battleships, as the Japanese failed to grasp the decisiveness of the moment. In contrast, Halsey decided to throw all his remaining surface assets in the form of Admiral Lee's Task Force 64, formed around the 2 fast battleships, Washington and South Dakota. On the afternoon of November 14th, Lee would move west of Savo Island to intercept the enemy. In an improvised battle plan, he arranged his vessels in a column with the destroyers close to the battleships. At the same time, Kondo received numerous reports of the incoming enemy force, but these had misidentified the battleships as heavy cruisers. Thus, he planned to send the 2 destroyer squadrons of Rear Admiral Kimura Susumu to neutralize the American force before using his main vessels for the naval bombardment. Admiral Hashimoto and his sweeping unit would also have the task of scouting the channels around Savo, successfully spotting Lee's forces as they entered Iron Bottom Sound at 2313. In response to these reports, Kondo immediately sent Kimura to enter the channel south of Savo and engage the enemy. Around midnight, however, Lee at last detected the sweeping unit with his radars, successfully finding them 10 minutes later. At 0:17 on November 15th, the battle started as Lee's battleships began to fire on Hashimoto. Yet the firing would be very inaccurate, giving the Japanese the chance to escape to the east. 5 minutes later, the aggressive destroyer Ayanami would also be detected, and it would go on to launch a full salvo of torpedoes as enemy gunfire fell on her. Her torpedoes would miss the enemy, and the damage inflicted on the destroyer would be enough for it to sink sometime later. Soon, however, Kimura and the Nagara would appear behind Ayanami, rapidly shelling the destroyer Preston and forcing the vessel to be abandoned. The screening unit then started to fire their torpedoes against the American destroyers, successfully hitting Benham and Wolk and blowing off their bows. The last remaining destroyer, Gwyn, had also been hit by at least 2 shells that left her out of action. The annihilation of Lee's destroyers tricked Kondo into thinking that he had already destroyed the enemy, so he immediately ordered his forces to approach Guadalcanal for the bombardment. At the same time, South Dakota began to experience a series of electrical failures that left her helpless for 3 key minutes, thus making her lose contact with Washington as the battleship continued its hunt for Hashimoto. Washington, meanwhile, had turned to the northwest, where it was tracking the battleship Kirishima, and although the Americans were ready to engage the enemy by 0:40, Lee instead ordered them to halt and search for South Dakota, which by 0:54 had gotten herself in the path of Kondo's bombardment unit. Upon gaining contact with the battleship, Kondo's vessels immediately engaged South Dakota, scoring a total of 26 hits that caused extensive topside damage. Unfortunately, none of their torpedoes hit their target to finish the battleship off. At this point, while the Japanese were focused on South Dakota, the undetected Washington re-entered the fight, firing a total of 75 shells on the unsuspecting Hiroshima in a matter of minutes. Almost 50 devastating hits were scored on the Japanese battleship, successfully creating a starboard list and starting a large flood. This action gave South Dakota enough time to escape, yet Lee was not aware that Washington had been left alone to deal with Kondo's forces. With Hiroshima crippled, Kondo decided to send his 2 heavy cruisers to engage Lee's flagship, thus unleashing their full salvo of torpedoes at 0113, although they would fail to score any hits. By 0125, however, Kondo's destroyers and 2 of Tanaka's destroyers joined in the attack, but again none of their torpedoes found their target. Thus Lee would luckily exit to the west of Guadalcanal, and the battle would be over, leaving another major loss for the Japanese, as Hiroshima would finally roll over and sink at 0425. Around this time, Tanaka would also beach his last 4 transports and begin unloading as fast as possible before American aircraft could take them down. Only 2,000 to 3,000 troops would successfully land before the transport's destruction, with most of their equipment and supplies lost. This defeat would ultimately be Yamamoto's last attempt to gain victory at Guadalcanal, and from now on, the Japanese are going to be almost exclusively on the defensive. The American victory had been completely decisive, and although the 17th Army didn't know it yet, Yamamoto and the IJN now considered that Island of Death to be lost. In contrast, the Americans knew that their grip on Guadalcanal was now assured, and so they began to lay out plans to finally withdraw the battered and exhausted 1st Marine Division, which would be replaced with Army troops. In the meantime, however, Van der Grift was planning to conduct his 3rd offensive of the month. Under the overall command of General Sebri, the newly arrived 182nd Regiment would first cross the Manticore to secure the western bank of the river. Then the 182nd would be joined by the 164th Regiment and the 8th Marines to launch a general drive to the Poha River. On November 18th, the 2nd Battalion of the 182nd Regiment was the first to cross the river, immediately pushing southwest towards a long ridge called Hill 66. By noon, after meeting only a small enemy patrol, the soldiers had finished their 2,000-yard march to Hill 66. The following morning, the 1st Battalion of the 182nd Regiment also crossed the Manticore and commenced their advance to secure Hill 78, just south of Point Cruz. Yet awaiting them was the 16th Regiment of Colonel Seka Yoshitsugu, who managed to force them back from Hill 78 with strong fire. Pinned down, the Americans would then have to dig in for the night, as they were subjected to Japanese artillery and mortar fire. During the night, Sakai would also launch a strong counter-offensive, successfully pushing back the Americans some 400 yards along the beach. Yet Sebri would quickly restore order among his forces, and with air or artillery support, they would regain their lost positions by 0900, positions they would continue to hold for the rest of the day against the incessant attacks of the enemy. With the situation stabilized, Sebri decided on the morning of November 21st to send the 164th Regiment into the gap between the 182nd's battalions, tasking them with the capture of Hills 82, 83 and 84. But they were also met by the murderous fire of the Japanese, who managed to stop their advance after only 40 yards. On the coast, meanwhile, the 182nd launched a renewed assault against Sakai, successfully reducing the Point Cruz positions, but only achieving 100 yards of westward motion. With the tenacious Japanese defenders strongly resisting the attacks of the American soldiers, the situation would remain the same for the following day, and it wouldn't be until November 23rd that Sebri would send the 8th Marines to break through towards Hill 83. Advancing on a narrow approach, however, Japanese fire would smother the Marine advance, and a deadly mortar bombardment would inflict many casualties on the 164th Regiment. In the face of mounting casualties, Van der Grift would finally halt the offensive on November 23rd, ordering the forces on the front to dig in along a line stretching from Hill 66 to Point Cruz. In the meantime, the the recent losses at Oivigorari and Henderson Field now forced the IJA to reorganize the Southern Expeditionary Army on November 16th to deal more effectively with the deteriorating situation in New Guinea and Guadalcanal. Thus, the 8th Area Army was born, led by General Imamura, who had overseen the conquest of the Dutch East Indies. Under his command and supervision would be General Hyakutake's 17th Army, which would now operate solely in the Solomons area, and the newly established 18th Army of Lieutenant General Adachi Hatazo, which would take control of the operations on New Guinea. Whereas Adachi's immediate task was the successful defense of the Bunagona area, Imamura and Hyakutake immediately started to work on the final recapture of Guadalcanal, still perceiving that victory had only been narrowly missed in October, and that a modest increment in effort could secure their long-sought triumph. This shows that the IJA was still adamant in their efforts to win the decisive Battle of Guadalcanal, something that had already been discarded by Yamamoto and the IJN. Back on November 4th, we'll recall that 2 companies of the 2nd Raider Battalion of Colonel Carlson had landed at Aula Bay to secure the construction of a new airfield on Guadalcanal, though it would soon be apparent that the swampy jungle was unfit for a new airfield. They were accompanied by a battalion of the 147th Regiment and the 5th Defense Battalion, with 3 more companies getting prepared to depart Espiritu Santo for Aula the following day. Yet as the Americans tried to destroy Colonel Shoji's forces at Collie Point, General Vandergrift would order Carlson's raiders to march over land and cut off any enemy forces that managed to escape the encirclement. Thus, on early November 6th, Carlson would depart Aula on a patrol northwest through a jungle trail that led to the Reco River. With the aid of native scouts and with Aula personnel resupplying his patrol every 4 days at a prearranged point on the coast, Carlson would successfully reach the Reco on November 8th, where he would engage a small group of Japanese soldiers, killing 2 and driving away the rest. The following day, as his other 3 companies landed at Aula, Carlson would continue northwest, passing Tasimboko until he arrived at the village of Binu, which he set up as his base camp. By November 10th, his 3 companies joined him at Binu, as Shoji successfully managed to escape to Tere with around 3,000 exhausted and debilitated soldiers. At this point, Carlson had sent 4 companies on independent patrols, while the 5th guarded the base camp. On the morning of November 11th, Company C would thus encounter a sizable force of the Shoji detachment at Asamana, initially surprising the enemy and inflicting many casualties, but then getting pinned down by intense Japanese fire. In response, Carlson would direct Companies D and E to rescue the trapped raiders, though they would fail to push through the large Japanese force. As Company C had to extricate itself under covering fire with its own mortars, Carlson sent Company F in a flanking maneuver against the enemy, only to find the Japanese positions abandoned by dusk. For the day's actions, the raiders had lost 10 men and believed they had inflicted over 120 casualties. On November 12th, Carlson marched with 2 companies back to Asamana, where he surprised and killed many enemy soldiers, and on November 14th, Company F wiped out a 15-man enemy outpost near the Balasuna River. The following day, the raiders moved their camp to Asamana, yet after 2 days of patrolling, Carlson determined that the enemy had departed the area en route to Mantanicor. Thus, General Vandergrift ordered the raiders to move to the upper Tanaru River to locate the Japanese positions in the south and their artillery pieces that had been bombarding Henderson Field. On November 24th, Carlson's long patrol would successfully reach the Tenaru to establish a new base about 2 miles southeast of the Lunga perimeter. The next day, Company A would arrive from Espiritu Santo, and Carlson would form 3 groups to patrol inland in different directions. After some uneventful days, the raiders would relocate 4 miles further up the Tenaru by November 27th to patrol upstream and downstream. 3 days later, the raiders found an unattended Japanese mountain gun and an anti-tank gun emplaced on a ridge, successfully disabling the artillery pieces. As Company F patrolled near where the guns had been discovered, the raiders suddenly found themselves inside a hidden Japanese camp with 100 enemy soldiers. Both sides were surprised by this, but the Japanese had their weapons stacked around trees and out of reach, which allowed the Americans to rapidly rout the enemy in a spectacular engagement, killing almost 75 soldiers. By early December, Carlson would then move to the Lunga River to patrol, successfully killing 10 Japanese soldiers and disabling another mountain gun. At this point, Vandergrift had decided to terminate the patrol, but Carlson asked for a few more days in the field and got them. After a gung-ho meeting to motivate his exhausted men on December 3rd, Carlson led his last patrol into Mount Austin, where 25 enemy troops were killed. Upon returning back to the American perimeter, however, the raiders would be ambushed, losing 4 men and killing another 7 Japanese soldiers. Nonetheless, Carlson's long patrol had been a great success, reporting 488 Japanese soldiers killed at a cost of 18 wounded and 16 dead. Only 800 Japanese survivors would reach the Manticore, with Colonel Shoji suffering greatly from the prolonged march across difficult terrain, from the tropical illnesses, the lack of food, and from Carlson's effective guerrilla tactics. Yet the raiders would also have to endure some very rough conditions and inadequate rations, something that left the company severely weakened and suffering from many tropical diseases. Eventually they would have to depart Guadalcanal in December, and would later be declared unfit for combat. Thus, Carlson's guerrilla tactics inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy, but at an equally high cost on marine manpower. As we've already seen, after the disastrous defeat at the naval battle of Guadalcanal, Admiral Yamamoto and the IJN had decided that the decisive battle for the Island of Death had been lost. In fact, their efforts were now directed to the defense of Buna, as if the Allies now expanded across New Guinea, they could threaten Rabaul, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies. The loss of Guadalcanal paled before this host of hazards, so they were already planning to abandon the island. The Tokyo Express runs that had been executed to maintain Japanese forces on Guadalcanal had also been very costly for the invaders, resulting in the loss of many destroyers for little gain. Additionally, the use of destroyers meant that the Japanese had to expend much larger quantities of fuel than they wanted because of their strained oil supply situation. With a cycle of bright moonlight incoming and with a particularly strong enemy force on the island, this endeavour seemed to be riskier than ever. Thus, for 3 weeks since November 16th, the Japanese had been employing submarines to bring provisions to their stranded forces on Guadalcanal. Yet each submarine could only deliver 20 to 30 tons of supplies, about 1 day's worth of food, and so a critical food crisis would rapidly develop, finally forcing the 8th Fleet to return to using destroyers for their express runs. This time, however, the destroyers would pull ashore a central line of watertight drums, half filled with 330 pounds of rice and barley that would be thrown off the destroyers' decks, thus reducing their exposure period off Guadalcanal. On the night of November 29th, Admiral Tanaka's reinforcement unit then prepared to depart the Shortlands, with 4 destroyers bringing 240 drums each to Tassafaronga, 2 destroyers bringing 200 drums each to the mouth of the Umasani River, and Tanaka's 2 destroyers giving them a screen. In turn, the Americans, led by Admiral King, were pushing to get more reinforcements after their heavy losses at the naval battle of Guadalcanal. Admiral Halsey would also see the refurbished carrier Saratoga and the battleship Indiana come back to reinforce his command. And in replacement of Admiral Callahan's shattered unit, Admiral Kinkaid was to form Task Force 67, with the mission to thwart possible new enemy landings. For night combat, he would have to develop a new operations plan based on recent experience, forming 1 destroyer and 2 cruiser groups, each one led by an SG radar ship. Kinkaid intended to exploit his radar advantage with a surprise destroyer torpedo attack, followed by cruiser gunfire from afar. Additionally, cruiser float planes would conduct scouting and illuminating duties for the task force. But before Kinkaid could implement his plan, Admiral Theobald would be replaced by Kinkaid as North Pacific Area Commander because of his substandard performance and his needless squabbling with Army and Air Corps officers. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Charles McNorris would also relieve Admiral Smith as North Pacific Force Commander. In Kinkaid's stead, Rear Admiral Carleton Wright became the new commander of Task Force 67, implementing Kinkaid's plan and immediately heading towards Guadalcanal to intercept Tanaka's reinforcement unit. As he departed Shortland, Tanaka had crafted his course to evade aerial detection, yet by 0930 on November 30th, an Allied plane had begun to shadow him. At the same time, a Japanese search aircraft warned of enemy destroyers and transports off Guadalcanal, so Tanaka signaled his ships to expect action that night. As Wright approached Lengo Channel, knowing that the enemy might arrive sooner than expected, he encountered a convoy of 3 transports and 3 destroyers. Halsey then ordered the destroyers Lamson and Lardner to join Task Force 67 in a questionable move, since they didn't know Kinkaid's battle plan, and thus would be left on the squadron's rear. During the night, Tanaka carefully entered Iron Bottom Sound to the south of Savo Island, and then started to approach Guadalcanal, with the destroyer Takanami deployed 10 miles in advance as a scout. By midnight, the Japanese had arrived off Cape Esperance, and were moving towards their various drop points. Yet at 23:06, Minneapolis's SG radar reported ships to the west at 23,000 yards, giving the upper hand to the Americans. But the Takanami's lookouts, trained for night vision, spotted the American formation 6 minutes later. With this information, Tanaka reacted quickly and suspended the resupply operation, rapidly ordering his forces to prepare to fight. Then, at 23:16, Commander William Cole asked permission for a beam torpedo attack against Tanaka's main body, yet Wright hesitated for 2 minutes because he wanted the target angle to become acute, something that completely wasted what could have been a devastating first blow for the Americans. Cole's destroyers would have to wait until 23:20 to launch 15 torpedoes against the enemy, although the attack would end up being completely ineffective, and the destroyers would then retire around Savo to leave the cruisers to fight alone. Meanwhile, Wright unleashed a torrent of gunfire on the Japanese, particularly against the Takanami, which would rapidly start burning, and thus attracted more attention. But before being disabled by the avalanche of gunfire, the Takanami got to launch her full load of 8 torpedoes, successfully scoring 2 critical hits on the Minneapolis and 1 on the New Orleans by 23:30. The 2 torpedoed cruisers then became burning wrecks, lighting the Pensacola as she passed by and making her an attractive target for Tanaka's remaining destroyers. Out of the 26 torpedoes unleashed by the Japanese destroyers, only 1 got to hit Pensacola amidships at 23:38, although this was enough to immediately disable her. 10 minutes later, 2 additional torpedoes hit the Northampton, rapidly causing massive flooding and fires that sank the cruiser hours later. But just 4 minutes before Northampton was hit, Tanaka had ordered his ships to break contact and retire. The Japanese destroyers would then proceed up Guadalcanal's coast to start the return journey to the Shortlands, unsuccessfully launching some more torpedoes at the Americans, and finally discovering the devastating fate of the Takanami. Finally, the 3 remaining torpedoed cruisers would see a magnificent performance by their crews, as they managed to save their ships for another day with great determination, ability and resourcefulness. Yet these vessels would then require many months, if not an entire year, for repairs. Though surprised and having his ships encumbered by cargo on their decks, Tanaka had scored a brilliant victory that confirmed that the IJN retained its superiority in night combat. In turn, the Americans had suffered another disastrous defeat, which would later be considered as one of the worst defeats in US naval history. There were many flaws pointed out on the American performance, such as Cole's failure to fire on first contact without awaiting orders, or Wright's maintenance of a steady course through much of the action, which made his ships excellent targets. After the war, Tanaka would even say, "The enemy had discovered our plans and movements, had put their planes in the air beforehand for purposes of illumination, had got into formation for an artillery engagement, and cleverly gained the advantage of prior neutralization fire. But his fire was inaccurate. Shells improperly set for deflection were especially numerous, and it is conjectured that either his marksmanship is not remarkable, or else the illumination from his star shells was not sufficiently effective." All of these flaws would lead to further discussion in the Pacific Fleet about changes in tactical doctrine and the need for technical improvements. In spite of their defeat, the Americans had actually prevented the Japanese from landing the desperately needed supplies on Guadalcanal, albeit at a high cost. Tanaka would then attempt a second run on December 3rd, successfully dumping 1,500 drums off Tassafaronga, Yet American aircraft would destroy all but 310 of them before they could be pulled ashore. With a critical food crisis developing on the Death Island, the Japanese needed to continue with their efforts to land their drums full of provisions. On December 3rd, Admiral Tanaka had launched another attempt at this, successfully dumping 1,500 drums off Tassafaronga. Yet American aircraft would then go on to strafe and sink all but 310 of them, leaving only a minimum amount for the stranded Japanese. 4 days later, the third Japanese attempt would surprisingly be turned back by PT boats off Cape Esperance, so the situation in Guadalcanal would turn much more desperate. A submarine would have to be sent again the following night, yet it too would fail against the brave PT boats, as the I-3 got torpedoed and sank as a result, forcing the Japanese to suspend further submarine runs. Thus, on December 8th, as both the submarine and destroyer runs proved to be a failure, the IJN informed a shocked General Imamura that they wanted to stop all transportation runs immediately. Although Imamura would manage to convince Navy officials to launch at least one more destroyer run, the Japanese had already been developing a new plan to replace the Tokyo Express since early November, the chain transportation. Along with the improvement of their facilities at Rabaul, Buin and Shortland, the Japanese wanted to create new air bases closer to Guadalcanal. The most important of the new facilities would be Munda, on the island of New Georgia, where SNLF Marines, 2 anti-aircraft battalions and a rifle battalion had been landed by November 22nd, under the command of Captain Iwabuchi Sanji. IJN officials then envisioned the establishment of 3 bases between Munda and Guadalcanal, with small motor or sailing craft moving at night from one base to the next, where they would be concealed during daylight in hides bristling with anti-aircraft weapons. Wickham Anchorage on the island of Vangunu had been selected as their first base, successfully landing 600 men of the 1st Battalion 229th Regiment on November 27th. But with more than 180 aircraft, the Cactus Air Force now reigned supreme on the Central Solomons, launching air raids to Rakata Bay and Munda and completely thwarting the Japanese plans, as they prevented them from landing equipment and provisions at Wickham. As a result, the chain transportation was rendered unviable, and Munda would be more of a liability than an asset. On December 11th, the last destroyer run would finally be launched, and although Admiral Tanaka would successfully release 1,200 drums off Tassafaronga, only 220 would be received by the starving Japanese. Additionally, 5 PT boats would again attack the destroyers as they started to withdraw, destroying the Teruzuki and injuring Tanaka, who would then be recalled to Japan by the end of December. As a final note, General Imamura counted with 100 operational aircraft by December 7th, and efforts would be made across December to bring more reinforcements and repair damaged planes, with the 6th Air Division starting to arrive on December 18th to add a further 110 aircraft, though the skill of the replacement air crews would be subpar. Meanwhile, with the arrival of the 132nd Regiment on December 8th, General Vandergrift finally turned over command of Guadalcanal to Major General Alexander Patch of the Americal Division. Along with the experienced Marine General, the first echelon of the worn 5th Marines began embarkation, followed by the rest of the division by the end of the month, which had suffered a total of 650 deaths since the start of the campaign. Upon assuming command, Patch acknowledged with General Harmon that they would need to wait for more reinforcements until January to launch their main offensive against the enemy. Nonetheless, he identified that the Japanese were using Mount Austin as a fruitful source of intelligence, so he decided to launch a limited attack to secure Mount Austin as an essential prelude for his January offensive. On the other side, the food crisis that the 17th Army was experiencing left the entire army composed of pale wisps of men, with ulcerous skin draped with filthy clothes, who had to eat tree shoots, coconuts and grass growing in the rivers to survive. Only 30% of the 38th Division retained the strength to fetch rations for their comrades, with a mere 250 men possessing full combat capabilities. The story was the same for the other Japanese units on Guadalcanal, and it was in this severely debilitated condition that they were about to face a new American attack. General Hyakutake feared that a coastal attack in these conditions would decimate his forces, so he instead had been attempting to lure American intention inland by feinting offensive designs and by launching raids into the American perimeter, even though this wasn't necessary because of Patch's intentions. On December 16th, Patch finally ordered the 132nd Regiment of Colonel Leroy Nelson to seize Mount Austin at once. Nelson departed the following day, heading to Hill 35, which constituted a logistical barrier that would require native bearers to hand-carry supplies forward, which would be known as the Cannibal Battalion. By December 18th, Company L had marched about 1,000 yards southwest of Hill 35, and then pivoted left to enter the jungled slopes of Mount Austin when rifle and machine gun fire fell upon them. Soon the entire 3rd Battalion would be pinned down by the overwhelming Japanese fire. Despite air and artillery bombardments, the Americans would be unable to achieve any progress, and on December 20th, Nelson's forces would have to dig in around Hill 19. During the next few days, Japanese infiltrators would try to harass the supply parties and the engineers on the trail, and American patrols would push 1,500 yards south, though they would fail to find the enemy. On December 23rd, a 3rd Battalion patrol managed to prowl westward as far as Hill 31, and Nelson would order his forces to follow that route and attack south towards Hill 27. The following day, the 3rd Battalion would successfully fight its way to Hill 31, immediately preparing to climb its open grassy slopes. Yet in front of them was the Gifu, a strongly fortified Japanese position sequestered between Hills 31 and 27. Its main line constituted 45 interconnected pillboxes bent into a horseshoe, each housing 1 and sometimes 2 machine guns with 2 or 3 riflemen. The staggered formation of pillboxes permitted mutual supporting fire, and there were also prepared positions in front of the main line for riflemen and light machine gunners. As the Americans tried to climb the slopes of Hill 31, dense machine gun fire from these well-concealed positions abruptly checked them, so Nelson would have to establish a defense perimeter for the night. Another assault would be launched on December 25th, but Japanese fire from invisible outposts would again sting the 3rd Battalion back. Thus, Nelson concluded that he faced a perimeter defense, so he decided to send the 1st Battalion left to penetrate 1,000 yards and find the elusive Japanese flanks. This was a smart move, as the Gifu defenders lacked the strength to man their full defensive perimeter, particularly Hill 27 to the south. Yet in the end, machine gun fire would snag the 1st Battalion's exploration of the left flank. Meanwhile, at a high cost in lives, the 3rd Battalion would launch another unsuccessful frontal assault on December 26th, followed by a holding attack the next day, supported by a flanking maneuver to the left by the 1st Battalion, which met the same outcome as previous assaults. During the next few days, Nelson would continue to patrol the enemy perimeter, looking for gaps and weak spots. And on December 29th, he would at last find a clear route to Hill 27. At this point, he had suffered 313 casualties, and both his battalions were dispirited and physically falling, so he ordered the 2nd Battalion to march to Hill 11 for a planned southwest strike towards Hill 27. On the morning of New Year's Day 1943, the 2nd Battalion reached its jump-off point and at once started its difficult march towards Hill 27, arriving at its objective in the afternoon. At this point, the physically and mentally exhausted Nelson was relieved of his command, getting replaced by Lieutenant Colonel Alexander George, who immediately set out to restore confidence in his dispirited men. By January 2nd, the 3 battalions of the 132nd Regiment were finally ready for their coordinated attack. As the 3rd Battalion encroached into the jungle south of Hill 31, and the 1st Battalion closed up on a line confronting the eastern face of the Gifu, the 2nd Battalion strenuously climbed to the crest of Hill 27, surprising the unsuspecting Japanese and capturing a field piece position. As they dug in to defend their gain, enemy artillery fire began to fall on them, and they would have to repel 6 separate attacks in the afternoon. With night falling, the 2nd Battalion would finally have to pull back to a narrower enclave on the reverse slope of Hill 27. Yet on the next morning, they would fiercely regain their abandoned position at the bare crest. By January 4th, however, the exhausted 3 battalions of the 132nd Regiment were finally ordered to dig in and hold their positions around the Gifu, which had been completely surrounded and couldn't receive any more supplies. After 22 days of fighting at Mount Austin, the 132nd had lost 115 killed or missing, 272 wounded, and hundreds more that were ill with malaria and other tropical diseases, something that rendered the regiment incapable of further offensive action. At the same time, the Gifu defenders had suffered enormous losses as well, and were unable to receive any more supplies, so they would quickly starve to death if they continued to resist. But while this was happening, important events and decisions were unfolding in Japan. We'll recall that their efforts to supply and land more reinforcements in this island of death had become increasingly difficult in the last few months, as the Cactus Air Force finally established air superiority over the Solomons, and as the Allied Navy proved itself determined to stop the Japanese express runs with whatever means necessary. With the IJN now shifting their focus to the defense of New Guinea, Navy officials hoped to convince their army analogues to do the same, with a negative response promising to corrode future inter-service relations between them. We all know by now the deplorable conditions that the IJA soldiers were enduring on Guadalcanal. The starvation, the diseases, the living conditions inside their well-concealed bunkers. But despite these, through November, the conventional view in Tokyo remained that Japan could still triumph if air superiority was regained over the Solomons. This was because of the value of its airfield, its symbolism and prestige as the objective of the first Allied counter-offensive, and because it was feared that extricating the 30,000 men on the island would be more costly than launching another assault. By December, however, the Guadalcanal campaign had consumed so many of Japan's reserves that its war economy would be severely distorted in order to provide the shipping resources for future operations. As the days went by, and more reports from the front lines about the abysmal state of the forces at Guadalcanal reached headquarters, heated debates in extreme secrecy ran simultaneously at Rabaul and Tokyo. Although Generals Imamura and Hyakutake had been planning to land the 51st Division at Guadalcanal for a fourth offensive, that division was finally redirected to reinforce the Buna defenders on December 12th, something that already hinted that the withdrawal the IJN was planning was an actual possibility. Soon, as 8th Area Army officers started to learn about the precipitous decline of the Navy's air, destroyer and submarine forces, and about the lack of confidence among local leaders for a renewed offensive, they finally had to give in and submit a report to Tokyo on December 25th, advising an immediate withdrawal. To their surprise, the proposal to withdraw elicited no objection, so the planning of Operation KE began in earnest. For this, the IJA managed to convince the reluctant Navy to utilize the maximum feasible number of warships for the evacuation, rather than just barges and small craft. Imamura himself spoke plainly that he would not abandon the men on Guadalcanal, and that he would strive to evacuate as many as possible. Another aspect to be discussed was where to set up the new defensive line to contain the American drive through the Solomons. By December 31st, it was decided that the IJN would take responsibility for the defense of the New Georgia to Santa Isabel area, while the army would hold the northern Solomons. Thus, Operation KE, the withdrawal from Guadalcanal, was finally scheduled to start by mid-January 1943. By the start of January, the 8th Fleet was planning to resume their express runs to resupply the Guadalcanal stranded forces, with Rear Admiral Koyanagi Tomiji becoming the new commander of the reinforcement unit. This time, the drums were wrapped around with kapok to make them buoyant even if strafed, and float planes from the R Area Air Force would be used to find the wakes of the PT boats to avoid them. The first express run of the year, on January 2nd, would thus see 540 drums and 250 rubber bags of supplies successfully recovered. At the same time, Yamamoto was planning to expedite reinforcements to Leh, Madang and Wewak to bolster the Japanese defense of New Guinea, and seeing the situation deteriorate more and more in Bunagona, he was planning to order General Yamagata's forces to withdraw to Salamaua and thus abandon the meaningless defense of the Sanananda-Garua area. In the meantime, despite the success of the new Japanese express runs, The slot started to bear traffic in the other direction for the first time in the campaign. With many air raids hitting the airfields at Buin, Munda and Rabaul, Task Force 67, under Rear Admiral Walden Ainsworth, was asked to launch a surface ship bombardment of Munda. On January 4th, after landing the last echelon of the 25th Division, Ainsworth carefully turned with 3 cruisers and 2 destroyers towards Munda. In a period of 48 minutes, the American vessels would shower the Japanese airfield with over 4,000 shells, though the damage inflicted wasn't as devastating as it was expected. In retaliation, the Japanese launched airstrikes over Ainsworth's forces, scoring a major hit over the New Zealander light cruiser Achilles. By January 9th, the Japanese plans for the evacuation of Guadalcanal and the division of operational responsibilities for the subsequent defense of the Solomons had been laid out accordingly. The initial plans were for 1 infantry battalion to be forwarded to Guadalcanal to form the core of the rearguard, and for 23 days' provisions to be stockpiled by January 15th, so as to allow the 17th Army to begin a phased withdrawal to the western end of the island on January 25th. Meanwhile, the Russell Islands would be secured as a staging area, and an intense air superiority campaign would begin about January 28th. There would be 3 lifts on the evacuation, mainly featuring destroyers, although some men would be transported by landing craft to the Russells for later withdrawal, and submarines would further be able to pick up anyone who failed to get aboard a destroyer or landing craft. The Japanese also designed an elaborate program of feints to keep the Americans guessing as to their real intentions, with a planned night air raid against Port Darwin and with a diversion operation to shell Canton Island. The target date of completion for Operation KE was February 10th, and it was expected that half the destroyers committed to the operation would be sacrificed, an opinion shared by both General Imamura and Admiral Yamamoto. Yet although Imamura and many others believed that around 80% or more of the IJA forces on the island could be rescued, Yamamoto thought that only 1/3 of them could be feasibly saved. Maybe it was because of these fears that Yamamoto chose to retain at Truk the 2 modern fast battleships, Yamato and Musashi, as well as the fleet carrier Zuikaku. Nonetheless, Admiral Kondo's advance force and Admiral Mikawa's 8th Fleet had been mobilized to support Operation KE, and the strength of the 11th Air Fleet, now under the command of Vice Admiral Kosaka Jinichi, had been augmented to 376 land-based aircraft thanks to the reinforcements of the 6th Air Division and a detachment of the Zuikaku, plus 60 float planes from the R-Area Air Force for a grand total of 436 aircraft. In contrast, the Americans had been concentrating their forces and resources for a planned last offensive on Guadalcanal. By January's end, Admiral Halsey had at his disposal a vast amount of both fast and slow warships, with his carriers providing him an air strength of 339 planes. The American Air Command had been restructured by General Harmon to allow the creation of the 13th Air Force, numbering 92 Army aircraft by January 22nd, and the Cactus Air Force, now under the command of Brigadier General Francis Mulcahy, counted with 81 of the 423 land-based Navy and Marine aircraft assigned to the South Pacific by January 28th. Finally, with the arrival of the 25th Division and the 6th Marine Regiment, General Patch would be able to establish the 14th Corps, totaling around 50,000 men for the oncoming final offensive. In comparison, the depleted Japanese forces could probably muster between 14,000 to 16,000 men, so they would be completely outnumbered during the evacuation. Yet, the failure of American intelligence to unmask Japanese intentions offset much of these material disparities. As the Japanese altered their secret communications on January 1st, the concentration of resources and forces for the evacuation of Guadalcanal looked to the Allied cryptanalysts as the preparation for a new offensive in the South Pacific. This would effectively force Patch to retain the American Division and the 147th Regiment for the defense of the airfield sites and the defensive perimeter, so only the 2nd Marine Division and the 25th Division could be employed for the January offensive. Patch's initial objective was a line extending south from the beach across Hill 53 and generally about 3,000 yards west of the current positions of the 14th Corps. The plan was for the 2nd Marine Division to push west along the shore, while the 25th Division cleared the Gifu Redoubt and then continued west inland towards Kokambona. The 25th Division of Major General Joseph Lawton Collins also had the mission to clear two distinct terrain compartments: the Seahorse, formed by hills 43 and 44 in the wedge between the southeast and southwest forks of the Mantinecore, and the Galloping Horse, a much larger bare hill mass between the southwest and northwest forks of the river. Collins planned to seize the Galloping Horse from the north with the 27th Regiment, and to envelop the Seahorse with the 35th Regiment, while a battalion of the latter contained the Gifu. If successful, his two regiments would then push to a point south of the Horse's Head on Hill 53, thus creating three great pockets that could easily be reduced. As Patch prepared to launch his offensive, reports reached General Hyakutake about the imminence of an American attack. The Japanese plan of defense was for each unit to stand unflinchingly at its post until both forces became intermingled, so as to prevent the Americans from employing their superior firepower in artillery and air support against the battered defenders. At night, however, the Japanese would sally out to interdict the enemy supply lines in all-or-nothing attacks to delay the inevitable defeat until Operation KE could be launched. At the coast, General Maruyama's depleted 2nd Division continued to defend the narrow coastal corridor, while to the south, General Sano's 38th Division was still stretched across the Japanese line to Mount Austin. By January 9th, the two regiments of General Collins had reached their jump-off points, successfully relieving the exhausted American forces in the area and immediately preparing for the commencement of the offensive. In the area of Colonel Robert McClure's 35th Regiment, the 2nd Battalion had been sent to contain the Gifu, while the 3rd Battalion was sent after the Seahorse, via a wide envelopment to the south that forced the Americans to take a 7,000-yard circuitous route through the jungles around Mount Austin. Further west, Colonel William McCulloch of the 27th Regiment directed his 1st Battalion to move from Hill 66 up the forelegs of the Galloping Horse, while the 3rd Battalion jumped off from Hill 55 to move south up the hind legs and then west with the ultimate goal of taking the Horse's Head. On the morning of January 10th, General Patch's offensive finally started as the 3rd Battalion 35th Regiment moved out on an azimuth of 210 degrees towards a high wooded hill south of Hill 43. After a particularly rough march that required some impromptu navigational adjustments, the attackers began to close in on Hill 43 from the south, defeating a supply party of Colonel Oka and digging in by nightfall, about 700 yards from the summit. Meanwhile, after launching a heavy air bombardment of Hill 53 and a devastating artillery bombardment of the Hill 57 area, Colonel McCulloch's forces also started their assault on the Galloping Horse. Whereas the 1st Battalion faced very slight resistance from 3 machine guns and could thus secure Hill 57 with ease, the 3rd Battalion would face the brunt of Major Nishiyama Haruka's forces. After occupying Hill 51 without opposition, the 3rd Battalion launched the double envelopment of Hill 52 with 2 companies, yet they were soon forced to a halt by the strong enemy machine gun fire. As the rugged and elevated terrain rendered impossible an envelopment to the left, another company was sent to make a deeper envelopment to the right. Finally, the 3rd Battalion would renew its assault in the early afternoon, benefiting from another devastating air attack with depth charges over the Japanese positions to rapidly destroy 6 machine guns, thus successfully occupying Hill 52. The next morning, after an artillery preparation, the 3rd Battalion continued its advance towards the Horse's Head, but was again stopped at a ravine raked with machine guns. Soon, as the battalion hadn't been adequately supplied and the lack of water induced an inertia in the men, the 3rd began to suffer many losses to heat exhaustion and the enemy's mortar and machine gun attacks. This effectively forced McCulloch to send his reserve 2nd Battalion to continue the offensive. At the same time, to the east, McClure's 3rd Battalion, reinforced with the men of the 1st Battalion, rapidly drove through several Japanese machine gun positions and took Hill 43 by early afternoon. The 35th Regiment then continued on towards Hill 44, facing very slight opposition, and successfully secured the Seahorse by nightfall, therefore cutting off the Japanese forces at the Gifu. The following day, McClure then extended his attack west towards the Galloping Horse, but was eventually halted by a Japanese strongpoint after only 600 yards. It would take him several days and an extensive use of his mortars and artillery to finally smash the Japanese strongpoint by January 15th. That same day, the Japanese survivors from the Seahorse, including Oka and most of his 1st Battalion, would manage to slip through the encirclement and escape to friendly lines. In the meantime, McCulloch's 2nd Battalion launched its attack from Hill 52 on the morning of January 12th. With another enveloping maneuver, the Americans would manage to secure the southern meandering of Hill 57 on the right and a feature called Exton's Ridge on the left, also getting halfway down Sims Ridge, although Nishiyama's stubborn defenders would again prevent a rapid American victory, even cutting the battalion's communications during the night after a successful infiltration. On January 13th, the American assault resumed, with one company swinging wide to the right to stealthily approach the Horse's Head under the cover of the jungles, and with another company pressing down Sims Ridge, but yet again facing stiff resistance. As the Americans were checked at the ridge, Captain Charles Davis valiantly led an attack that managed to clear the south end of the ridge, and that had an electrifying effect on the rest of the battalion. Thus, Sims Ridge was rapidly captured, and by noon, the Horse's Head had fallen into American hands. In the next few days, the reserve 161st Regiment would then be deployed to hunt for the remainder of Nishiyama's battalion in the nearby gorge of the southwest Manticore Fork. But still, 200 survivors, including Nishiyama, would escape to friendly lines by January 19th. Meanwhile, on the coastal sector, the 2nd Marine Division, temporarily under the command of Brigadier General Alphonse Descartes, was about to start its offensive. Descartes aligned his front with the exhausted 2nd Marines on the left and the 8th Marines on the beach, planning to attack in echelon from left to right, or in terms of the ground, from the head of the ravine downward, to nullify the defensive advantages of the Japanese, who had machine guns expertly sighted to place fire seaward, perpendicular to the path of any unit attempting to move west. On the morning of January 13th, after a barrage of marine artillery and mortars, the 2nd Marines thus began its attack from Hill 66 against the positions of the 1st Battalion 228th Regiment. Despite suffering a fulminating mortar attack, the 2nd Marines would successfully secure Hill 66, while the 8th Marines concurrently plunged into a vicious battle in the ravine. By nightfall, 2 companies were wired in on their objective, but the Japanese continued to show stiff resistance. The Marines would then renew their echelon attack on January 14th, only accomplishing little movement on the center. So Descartes decided to relieve the battered 2nd Marines with the fresh 6th Marines. The next day, as the 8th Marines encountered heavy resistance on the northern slopes of Hills 83 and 84, a tank-supported attack was attempted on the coast, yet it too would fail to smash the Japanese line. On the left, however, the 6th Marines started to press north to flank the Japanese in front of the 8th Marines, something that could bring the complete collapse of the 2nd Division line. Therefore, General Maruyama decided to send Colonel Tekuma Harukazu to lead a withdrawal of about 1,300 yards to the reserve positions. Some soldiers from the 4th and 16th Regiments would manage an orderly withdrawal unpressed by January 16th, but most of them would get trapped as the 6th Marines turned north and drove to the coast. The following day, the Marines would annihilate the trapped Japanese forces in the pocket with a fierce bombardment, inflicting a total of 645 casualties on the invaders. By January 18th, Maruyama thus counted with only 3,800 men to defend his new line, and in the next few days, Descartes would reshuffle his units and mop up his newly gained territory. Meanwhile, further south, the 2nd Battalion of the 35th Regiment had the unenviable job of reducing the Gifu, the last Japanese strongpoint around Mount Austin. By January 9th, Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Peters' single battalion had replaced the 132nd Regiment, initially deploying along a 2,000-yard arc. Peters was ordered to launch a frontal attack based on the wrong assumption that the Gifu defenders had been depleted in numbers by the American attacks and starvation. On January 10th, Peters sent 2 combat patrols forward to attack, but immediately they were thrown back with grenades and gunfire, showing clearly that the Gifu defenders were not to be underestimated. For the next 3 days, the Americans would continue to carry out patrol actions, while the Japanese attempted their customary night infiltrations. By January 13th, the 2nd Battalion had suffered 57 casualties, but with the fall of the Seahorse, the Gifu was now completely isolated. Reinforced by the Regimental Anti-Tank Company, Peters then launched a general attack on January 15th, with 3 companies pushing west on the eastern bulge of the Gifu. Yet the defenders tenaciously resisted the assault, and eventually pushed back the American forces. Because of this failure, Peters was replaced by Major Stanley Larsen on January 16th, who decided to completely surround the Gifu with a closely woven line from Hill 27 to Hill 42, and to reduce it with a massive artillery bombardment. The shelling started on the early afternoon of January 17th, employing 49 howitzers to launch such a heavy rain of fire that both defenders and attackers were stunned by the terrific concussion. Yet the lateness of the hour prevented an immediate all-out assault to take advantage of the stunning, so Larsen's attack into the weaker west side of the Gifu would have to be launched the following day. The Americans would see some initial success, as they destroyed several enemy pillboxes over the next 2 days. But on January 20th, a heavy rain finally stopped the assault. On January 22nd, Larsen would then be reinforced with 3 tanks to launch a renewed attack, though only one would be left operational after making the rigorous climb to the Gifu. By midday, the tank of Captain Teddy Dease plunged into the Gifu, protected by 16 men, and rapidly overran 3 pillboxes. A second penetration during the afternoon disposed of 5 more pillboxes and breached a gap about 200 yards wide, with the 2nd Battalion immediately occupying this new line. During the night, the Japanese responded with an attempt to break free to the southeast, but in the violent and brief skirmish, the Gifu defenders suffered heavy casualties, including all of their commanders. On January 23rd, sensing that the Gifu was now merely an empty shell, Larsen thus launched his final attack, successfully reducing the last Japanese strongpoint around Mount Austin. By January 13th, the situation looked bleak for the 17th Army. Facing a full American offensive aimed at destroying their forces, the Japanese had to weigh in 3 different options: to mount an aggressive defense, risking a quick collapse, to conduct a cautious defense and prolong the struggle as long as possible, or to implement the Gyokusai strategy, which consisted of launching a massed attack either in the coastal area or inland with the objective of capturing the enemy headquarters. As the 17th Army eventually decided to try to prolong the defense while holding on to a portion of the island, an express run was launched on January 14th to aid them, bringing provisions, the Yano Battalion, and the orders for the withdrawal. The Yano Battalion, which was to conduct the rearguard during Operation KE, consisted of 750 replacements for the 230th Regiment, which was led by Major Yano Keiji, an expert in rearguard actions. Heavy weather shrouded the 9 destroyers of the reinforcement unit, now under the command of Admiral Kimura, so they would land their load at Cape Esperance without problem, though on the way back they would suffer a heavy air attack. At dawn on January 15th, the orders for the withdrawal operation would finally be delivered to the 17th Army headquarters, with many staff officers protesting that the army was in no condition to withdraw, that this action would betray those already lost and those encircled, and that the withdrawal would be too costly to Japan in ships and planes. For them, it was better that the 17th Army sacrifice itself as a last service to the nation, but the orders came from the Emperor, and thus had to be carried out begrudgingly. Meanwhile, by January 16th, General Patch had distributed his plan for the next phase of his offensive, aimed at a line from Hill 87 that angled northeast to the beach. For the coastal front, the 6th Marines and the 182nd and 147th Regiments were selected to secure the area of Hills 94 and 93, forming the unique and hybrid Composite Army Marine Division. While further south, the 25th Division of General Collins was tasked with an advance inland to seize Hills 87, 88 and 89 by enveloping or turning the enemy right flank. Assuming that the Japanese would defend Hill 87 in force, Collins decided to send the 27th Regiment to a narrow ridge called the Snake, from where the Americans would advance west to attack the hill with the objective of drawing the main Japanese attention. At the same time, the 161st Regiment would mount the main effort through a deep envelopment from the Galloping Horse to the southwest, tasked with quickly seizing hills X, Y, and Z, and then continuing northwest to outflank Hill 87 and directly capture Hills 88 and 89. On January 21st, the second phase of the offensive was thus launched, with the 2nd Battalion, 161st Regiment easily occupying Hills X and Y against minor resistance, and with the 27th Regiment preparing to start its advance on the narrow front. But just as Colonel Clarence Orndorff was planning to attack Hill 87 from Hill Y on the morning of January 22nd, the 1st Battalion, 27th Regiment started its advance after a devastating air bombardment of the enemy positions, quickly crushing 3 Japanese machine guns blocking the advance down the Snake's back, and then successfully seizing Hill 87, as the Japanese only offered light resistance. With its immediate objective fulfilled, Collins then ordered the 27th to continue the pursuit of the enemy towards Cochabamba, while the 161st was to capture Hill Z and then turn north to follow the pursuit. By midday, the Americans had swiftly seized Hills 88 and 89, preparing to continue their drive towards Hill 90. In the afternoon, the 1st Battalion would then shoot its way through to ascend Hill 90, successfully capturing its crescent, as well as that of Hill 91 by nightfall. These developments completely threw Japanese plans into turmoil, with the 17th Army immediately ordering a withdrawal to Cape Esperance. As the 38th Division began to extricate its units, the 2nd Division of General Maruyama, reinforced with the Yano Battalion, suddenly saw itself threatened by the Kam Division on the coast and the 25th Division on its flank. Because of this, in the early hours of January 23rd, Maruyama decided to pull back and abandon Cochabamba. Concurrently, since January 22nd, the 6th Marines had been pushing along the beach and encountering stiff resistance. But with the withdrawal of the 2nd Division, the Americans began to roll westwards on January 23rd. At the same time, the 27th Regiment launched a two-pronged attack on its sector, with its 3rd Battalion rapidly seizing Hills 98 and 99. Upon capturing the latter, the 1st Battalion was released to attack Cochabamba, successfully probing forward to the high ground and capturing the main Japanese base by the early afternoon. In a day and a half, the 1st Battalion had advanced 7,000 yards through the jungle at the loss of 73 men to fully fulfill all of Patch's original objectives. By nightfall, the 6th Marines were attacking the Japanese forces that had failed to withdraw, and on January 24th, the last remnant of the 27th Regiment would be annihilated on a ridge just east of Cochabamba. With the link-up of the 25th and Kam divisions, General Patch then decided to narrow his front, as he believed that an enemy counter-offensive was looming on the horizon. But although the terrain beyond the Poha River was to the advantage of the defenders, the 6th Marines and the 27th Regiment were to continue the pursuit. In turn, the Japanese kept their withdrawal westwards, establishing coast defense units from the sick and wounded and deploying the Yano Battalion along the Mamura River by January 25th. Encountering independent groups of enemy units, the 27th Regiment had to stop short of the Poha on January 25th, but the 6th Marines would continue forward along the coast, finally engaging the Yano Battalion the following day. Yano would offer fierce and strong resistance against the enemy attacks, successfully delaying the American advance for 2 days, and finally withdrawing behind the Benegi River by January 29th. On January 30th, the 147th Regiment took over the pursuit, but its advance stalled at the Benegi as it faced heavy opposition, although the defenders would also describe considerable losses among its forces during this time. Finally, the Japanese would continue their withdrawal westwards during the night, and the 147th would finally cross the Benegi by February 1st. But as the land offensive was happening, there were also other developments unfolding at sea. By January 23rd, Admiral Halsey had decided to carry out an air bombardment of Munda and a naval bombardment of the Villa Stanmore area on Kolombangara, where a new Japanese airfield was being constructed. Thus, Admiral Ainsworth was instructed to conduct another bombardment with his vessels, this time from the Kula Gulf. after cunningly slipping away from Japanese aircraft, Ainsworth successfully fired nearly 2,000 6-inch shells with his 2 cruisers and another 1,500 rounds of 5-inch with his destroyers, inflicting heavy material damage on Kolombangara and effectively delaying the Japanese construction effort. Ainsworth would then withdraw at full speed, managing to avoid any enemy retaliation. Meanwhile, as a prelude to Operation KE, the Japanese staged an air superiority campaign with 3 major daylight attacks set for January 25th, 27th, and 30th, and with night harassment raids of 3 to 10 aircraft to Guadalcanal, Port Moresby, and Espiritu Santo. The January 25th attack, with 76 Zeros and 18 G4M Bettys, was very disappointing, losing 5 aircraft and suffering heavy damage on many more, without any apparent gain. The next attack, carried out by 9 Ki-48 bombers, 74 Ki-43 fighters, and 2 Ki-46 reconnaissance planes of the 6th Air Division on January 27th, fared much better, successfully taking down 2 P-38s, 4 P-40s, and a Wildcat, to the loss of 6 Ki-43s. Yet overall, the results were similarly disappointing. In the meantime, due to the Japanese accumulation of resources in the South Pacific for Operation KE, the Americans had been led to believe that another major enemy offensive was incoming. In response to this threat, Admiral Halsey virtually deployed all his vessels in the area, determined to deal a crushing blow to the IJN before a counterattack could even be started. Thus, near sunset on January 29th, a total of 6 task forces had been sent to the southern Solomons area, including 2 fleet carriers, 2 escort carriers, 3 battleships, 12 cruisers, and 25 destroyers, with the objective of covering the relief of the 2nd Marine Division, but also of luring and defeating the enemy navy in a decisive battle. Rear Admiral Robert Giffen commanded the new Task Force 18, which was a newcomer to the South Pacific that had just arrived after participating in Operation Torch in the North African campaign. Giffen was a rigid, by-the-book commander, and disdained Halsey's spontaneity and permissive attitude, and on the night of January 29th, he was wholly focused on complying with a directive from Halsey to rendezvous off Cape Hunter with the 4 destroyers of the Cactus Striking Force, a task that forced him to detach his 2 escort carriers to up his speed. Once these units merged, Giffen would then lead a daylight sweep up the slot as the last 4 transports with army replacements discharged at Lunga on January 30th. Unfortunately for him, as a submarine had detected the American force, Admiral Kosaka had decided in the afternoon to send 16 G3M and 16 G4M bombers from Rabaul to practice their mastery of a new tactic, night aerial torpedo attacks. Giffen was not expecting to be hit by an air attack. Instead, his main concern was the heavy submarine activity in the area, so he decided to adopt an anti-submarine formation, with his cruisers in 2 columns, spaced 2,500 yards apart, and with his destroyers spread along a semicircle 2 miles ahead of the cruiser columns. Furthermore, although his detached escort carriers put up groups of Wildcats and TBFs for air defense, the overcast would frustrate their attempts to police the skies. Meanwhile, the 2 Japanese aircraft groups closed in from the west, but then decided to circle around astern of their prey to gain the black backdrop of the eastern sky. At sunset, as Task Force 18 zigzagged northwest 50 miles north of Rennell Island and 160 miles south of Guadalcanal, several of Giffen's ships started to detect the incoming enemy aircraft. Yet, as the Admiral had previously insisted on maintaining absolute radio silence, Giffen decided not to give any orders in regards to these contacts. Thus, at 1919, the Japanese attack started, with the 16 G4Ms of Lieutenant Nakamura Tomu falling on the unsuspecting American vessels. Nakamura's bombers would miss all of their torpedoes, however, with 1 aircraft splashing astern of Chicago, and with only 1 possible dud getting scored over Louisville. Despite this, Giffen refused to alter his task force speed nor course, hell-bent on making his rendezvous, and even ordering his ships to stop the zigzagging. This simplified the task of the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, which began dropping flares and floatlights to mark the course and speed of the American forces. With this data at hand, Lieutenant Commander Higai Joji started an attack with his 15 G3M bombers at about 1938. Although Higai perished in the attack along with another bomber, 2 torpedoes would successfully hit the Chicago, causing heavy damage and bringing the cruiser to a stop. In response, Giffen did not see fit to change course 180 degrees until 2008, with Louisville slowly taking the crippled Chicago under tow away from the battle area. But Halsey immediately stepped in and decided to send the destroyer Sands and the tug Navajo to relieve Louisville, while he also ordered the carrier Enterprise to augment the air patrol over Task Force 18. Search planes from Rabaul would continue to hunt for the American vessels on the morning of January 30th, and as Admiral Kosaka learned of Giffen's withdrawal, he decided to send another airstrike in daylight to finish off the Chicago. By midday, 11 G4M bombers under Lieutenant Commander Nishioka Kazuo, based at Kavieng and staging through Bukha, had lifted off to strike at the crippled cruiser. Australian coast watchers in the Solomons and radio intelligence experts, however, quickly discovered this prospect and informed Halsey, who decided to order Giffen to make for Afate with his battle-worthy cruisers. Thus, at 1500 hours, Giffen left the Chicago covered by 6 destroyers and hauled off to the east, stripping Chicago of the formidable defense of the anti-aircraft batteries of his other cruisers, and taking with him most of the air cover. By 1540, there were only 10 Wildcats on air patrol over Enterprise, with 4 of them drifting 40 miles to chase and shoot down a G4M scout bomber. Nishioka's bombers initially appear to have gone after Enterprise, then about 40 miles southeast of Chicago. But upon spotting the Wildcats on air patrol that were waiting to intercept them, the Japanese decided to turn to attack the crippled cruiser, which lacked aerial defenders except for 4 fighters that were chasing the striking group as it entered the anti-aircraft fire from the escorting destroyers. Though 2 of the bombers would be shot down before they could release their ordnance, Nishioka's bombers would successfully release their torpedoes in less than a minute. 4 hits would be immediately scored over Chicago, causing such tremendous damage that the cruiser had to be abandoned and would finally sink 20 minutes later with the loss of 62 crew members. Another torpedo would also hit the Lavalette, causing heavy damage on the destroyer and killing 21 or 22 of her crew. During these furious seconds, 6 more of Nishioka's bombers would be shot down after dropping their load, and after failing to locate the remaining ships, only 4 Bettys would be able to limp back to Shortland. With the sinking of Chicago, the Navajo would then take the Lavalette under tow, and it would successfully save the destroyer thanks to its efforts. With the disastrous conclusion of the Battle of Rennell Island, Admiral Nimitz was left fuming and frustrated, directly blaming Giffen for the loss of Chicago. The Japanese, meanwhile, widely publicized the results of these engagements, believing to have sunk a battleship and 3 cruisers. But most importantly, Admiral Kosaka was relieved to know that one of the enemy task forces had departed the area, leaving the Americans with less naval strength for the incoming first evacuation run. After the battle, the rest of Halsey's warships took station on the Coral Sea, awaiting for the approach of any enemy forces, supporting what they believed was an incoming offensive. In the afternoon of January 31st, American cryptanalysts would finally alert them to expect a confrontation in short order. Meanwhile, the Japanese had amassed a total of 20 destroyers, or 21 destroyers at Shortland, for the troop hauling, with Rear Admiral Hashimoto Shintaro being appointed to command the reinforcement unit. In support, Admiral Mikawa of the 8th Fleet also deployed the heavy cruisers Tokai and Kumino and the light cruiser Sendai at Kavieng. While the 11th Air Fleet and the 6th Air Division took responsibility for maintaining a daylight combat air patrol over the evacuation runs, Hashimoto would have to rely on the R-Area Air Force during the night, as Admiral Jojima's 50 to 60 float planes were tasked with sweeping ahead of the reinforcement unit, and with helping in the defense against the enemy PT boat attacks. Now, we'll also recall that during the planning of Operation KE, if the destroyer effort proved to be a failure, then the 17th Army would be extracted by landing craft via the Russell Islands. In that regard, 6 destroyers had ported 328 men to the Russells on January 28th, also hoping that the occupation of the islands would do double duty as a feint. the Cactus Air Force responded with a heavy air attack, but no major damage was scored against the Japanese detachment. February 1st, the scheduled day for the start of Operation KE, opened with the start of another heavy air campaign in the South Pacific. As retribution for Rennell Island, General Mulcahy decided to send 2 attacks against Japanese concentrations in Shortland and Munda, though they would fail to cause much damage at the cost of a number of planes. In response, the 6th Air Division sent 23 Ki-43s and 6 Ki-48s to attack Guadalcanal, with similarly ineffective results. But in the meantime, as Hashimoto departed the Shortlands for the first evacuation run, new events were unfolding on land. Fearing that the invaders might prolong the struggle with a retreat to the south coast of Guadalcanal, General Patch had decided to land a reinforced battalion in a blocking position at Virahue. Built around the 2nd Battalion 132nd Regiment and reinforced with some Marine units, the task force of Lieutenant Colonel Alexander George would board 7 transports, supported by the 4 destroyers of Captain Briscoe's Cactus striking force. Yet as the Americans were landing, a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft would spot Briscoe's vessels, believing them to be a threat for the evacuation run scheduled for that night. Because of this, a strike of 13 D-3A bombers and 40 Zeros would be launched from Buin, successfully intercepting the destroyers De Haven and Nicholas as they shepherded 3 returning transports southeast of Savo Island. Mistaking the Japanese aircraft as their own, the destroyers withheld their fire until the start of the enemy attack, which saw the De Haven getting hit by 3 bombs and immediately sinking. Only through violent maneuvers would the Nicholas barely evade a similar fate, with the struggle leaving 3 Wildcats, 3 Zeros and 5 D-3As down. Meanwhile, Hashimoto formed up his 20 destroyers into 2 columns for the sprint down the slot, but unbeknownst to him, General Mulcahy had sent towards him a major strike force of 92 planes in 2 waves. By early afternoon, the Americans had concluded their attack, successfully damaging Hashimoto's flagship and forcing it to withdraw, as well as shooting down 17 Zeros at the cost of 4 aircraft. About 2000 hours as Hashimoto's destroyers continued forward, General Sano and the 38th Division had reached the boarding point at Cape Esperance, successfully completing boarding preparations by 2100 hours, the estimated hour of arrival of the reinforcement unit. But minutes passed with no ships in sight. Then, suddenly, the Japanese heard gunfire and witnessed fires in the sea. 11 PT boats had been deployed between Savo and Guadalcanal, and they would begin to engage Hashimoto's warships at 2245. With the aid of their float planes, however, the Japanese would manage to explode and sink 3 PT boats in the course of the next hours. Finally, at 2240, 6 transport destroyers reached Cape Esperance and began to launch their boats, with 4 more destroyers doing the same at Camimbo by midnight. The evacuees were so undernourished that their beards, nails and hair had all stopped growing, their joints looking pitifully large. They wore only remnants of clothes that were so soiled their physical deterioration was extreme, and they all had dengue or malaria and suffered from constant and uncontrolled diarrhea. Probably they were happy, but they showed no expression. A total of 4,935 soldiers, including General Sano, would be successfully embarked, although some 1,570 men would have to remain on the beaches because of the delays. During the evacuation, the Mikakuma would also suffer a large explosion, likely from hitting a mine, and would then have to be scuttled. By 0200, the evacuation had concluded and Hashimoto began the return journey. 2 more American strikes would be attempted, but both would fail to score any hits, so the reinforcement unit would finally reach Bougainville at noon, thus successfully concluding the first evacuation run. As the results of this first run had been highly promising, the 17th Army then continued to prepare for the second evacuation run, which would see the 2nd Division earmarked for its evacuation. Instead of waiting on the beach, they were ordered to wait offshore in boats. At the same time, as a deception, soldiers ignited campfires at Cape Esperance and moved them gradually south towards Tassafaronga, where the Yano Battalion continued to hold the Benegi River line. The Japanese rearguard contemplated the likelihood that they might have to make their own way out with landing craft, planning to gradually contract towards Kamimbo and then move from there to the Russells. Meanwhile, on February 2nd, Colonel George moved with his forces towards the vicinity of Titi, something that was very worrisome for the Japanese. Luckily for them, however, the Americans would decide to not move any further, as they thought the convoys were for reinforcement and not evacuation. Thus, General Patch decided to shift his main effort back to the east, where the 161st Regiment was deployed on February 4th to relieve the 147th Regiment and take up the pursuit towards Cape Esperance. That same day, as the Japanese prepared to commence their second evacuation run, the Yano Battalion was ordered to leave all those unable to walk at the Benegi and pull back to the Segalau River line. And back on Shortland, Admiral Hashimoto again readied 20 destroyers for the second run, even despite the disturbing reports of strong American naval detachments on the sea around Guadalcanal. By midday, the reinforcement unit had departed Shortland, taking up the accustomed route and formation. But yet again, General Mulcahy sent a strong strike to intercept them. The fierce air attack resulted in the Maikaze getting heavily damaged and having to withdraw, towed by the Nagatsuki back to Shortland. Additionally, 1-0 was shot down at the loss of 11 American aircraft. Shirayuki's engines also wheezed to a halt at 1925, forcing Hashimoto to transfer his flag again, this time to Kawakaze. Unlike the last time, however, no PT boats awaited the Japanese convoy, so the preparations at the embarkation points proceeded smoothly. Just 2 hours would suffice to embark a total of 3,921 men, including Generals Hyakutake and Maruyama. Hashimoto would then gallop unmolested back up the slot, reaching Bougainville by midday on February 5th. Now, only the remnants of the once proud Ichiki and Kawaguchi detachments, as well as the fearsome Yano Battalion, remained on Guadalcanal, units that had been on this island of death the longest. The prospects for an escape by landing craft for these units were grim, with past experience pointing out that enemy flyers would whittle the number of usable boats to a handful by February 7th. Only the American inaction to the south offered them a real chance to escape, but still, 100 Japanese soldiers would be ordered to move down the west coast to a holding position in the vicinity of Ariligo Point to keep an alternative at hand. Nonetheless, the 8th Fleet and the 17th Army would agree to undertake a third and final evacuation run to rescue all their remaining forces on Guadalcanal, even though they were aware of the presence of Halsey's carriers and other large warships around the island. Meanwhile, Colonel George continued to be cautious at Titi, mainly due to the size of his command, but also because the Americans were still uncertain as to the Japanese intentions. General Patch himself believed that the last 2 runs had deposited the equivalent of another regiment with some supplies for the incoming enemy offensive. Thus, the only major movement would be on the west coast, as the 161st Regiment, now under Colonel James Dalton, launched a concerted drive on February 6th that managed to reach the Umasani River, although the logistical problems would continue to hamper its advance. The following day, the 161st breasted the Umasani and pressed on towards Bonina Point. But at the same time, George finally determined that the enemy might be evacuating the island, so he commanded his forces to advance in the direction of Cape Esperance. Though the Japanese would desperately manage to stop their movement about 2,000 yards north of Marivovo by nightfall, time was running out for the stranded invaders. Luckily for them, they still had 26 operable landing craft, and they were going to enjoy near-perfect weather, a mirror-smooth sea, slight wind, and dark of moon night. In a hectic 45 minutes after 21:30, the remaining mobile Japanese soldiers would clamber aboard these boats to the accompaniment of American shells slamming into the area of the Segalau River, many of these men praying as they waited on the water. The rendezvous time of 2300 hours passed to their concern, but then they started to spot the blue lights of their approaching saviors. Earlier that day, as Admiral Kondo's advance force closed to within 550 miles of Guadalcanal to support the evacuation, Hashimoto had departed the Shortlands with 18 destroyers to take off men from Kamimbo and the Russells. Just like in the other 2 runs, General Mulcahy sent a strike group against the reinforcement unit as soon as possible, but yet again the attack would only damage 1 destroyer, forcing it to withdraw, at the cost of an F-5A reconnaissance fighter. This would be the only obstacle in the way of Hashimoto's destroyers, and by nightfall they would successfully arrive at the island. By midnight, the boarding of 1,796 men had been completed, though the Japanese would remain in the area for another 90 minutes to make sure that no one was left behind. By 0132, Hashimoto began the journey back up the slot, joined by the destroyers that had been detached to pick up the Russell's garrison. Upon safely reaching Bougainville at 10 o'clock, Operation KE was successfully concluded, to the great surprise of most of the officers, Admiral Yamamoto included, who expected to rescue half the amount of men that were actually evacuated. At the same time, after observing the seascape littered with small boats and debris from the night's activities, the Americans set off in fast pursuit and reached Camimbo at 1700 hours. By February 9th, the 161st Regiment had likewise reached the village of Tenaro, and General Patch announced the total and complete defeat of Japanese forces on Guadalcanal affected 1625 today, adding that the Tokyo Express no longer has a terminus on Guadalcanal. The Japanese evacuation had been a masterful display of skill by the IJN, under the noses of an American foe that enjoyed ground, aerial, and naval superiority. Resolute attacks against Cape Esperance could have annihilated the 17th Army before the second evacuation run, but the ground proved to be an obstacle too great to overcome, and the Japanese intentions had been masked expertly. As Nimitz confessed in his report, until the last moment it appeared that the Japanese were attempting a major reinforcement effort. Only skill in keeping their plans disclosed, and bold celerity in carrying them out, enabled the Japanese to withdraw the remnants of the Guadalcanal garrison. Not until all their organized forces had been evacuated on February 8th did we realize the purpose of their air and naval dispositions. On the naval side, the loss of Makikumo and major damage to the other 3 destroyers were more than balanced by the demise of Chicago, De Haven, and 3 PT boats, as well as the damage to La Valette. And in the air, casualties were also balanced, with 56 Japanese and 53 American aircraft lost. With the conclusion of the Guadalcanal campaign, the 8th Area Army of General Imamura now had to shift its focus to the defense of the Central Solomons, as the Americans were set to build on their important strategic victory at Guadalcanal to bring the fight closer and closer to the Japanese homeland. After almost 6 months of struggle, sweat, and blood, the 2,500 square miles of fevered jungle and sun-baked plain called Guadalcanal was finally in American hands. As the first American offensive victory of the war, Guadalcanal is remembered as one of the most decisive battles of the Pacific War, for a good reason. A long campaign of attrition, Guadalcanal would vastly weaken Japan's naval and aerial capabilities. It essentially destroyed 2.5 army divisions, and it ensured that the Allies would keep the initiative for the remainder of the war. Furthermore, the American victory was not without its flaws, any of which, not to mention their combination, might have produced another Japanese victory. Yet the Americans would learn from them, and with the initiative now soundly in their hands, they would take advantage of these lessons to inflict more defeats upon the Japanese in the future. In the 7 naval clashes of the campaign, the Americans had lost 2 carriers, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 14 destroyers, as well as some 42 fighters, 26 dive bombers, and 22 torpedo bombers. In contrast, the Japanese lost 1 light carrier, 2 battleships, 3 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 11 destroyers, and 6 submarines, including 60 fighters, 63 dive bombers, and 38 torpedo bombers. Most importantly, the US only lost 20 pilots and 9 crewmen, while the Japanese lost a valuable group of 103 pilots and 102 crewmen, which would be hard to replace in the coming months. It should be noted that the Japanese gave a lot worse than they got at night, but that American flyers and submarines kept the balance of losses close overall. Furthermore, Japanese submarines sustained serious losses, but managed to sink Wasp and successfully disabled Saratoga and North Carolina. It should be noted that although the Allies lost more warships, with a total of 4,911 deaths at sea, they commissioned 1 carrier, 1 light carrier, 1 battleship, 4 light cruisers, 62 destroyers, and 18 submarines in that period. In contrast, the Japanese, who lost an estimated 3,543 men at sea, only commissioned 1 cruiser, 7 destroyers, and 14 submarines in the same period. Now looking at air warfare, although it is hard to compute all cumulative air losses of each side, it's estimated that the Japanese lost 247 Zeros, 91 D3As, 47 B5Ns, 131 G4Ms, 15 Ki-43s, 18 flying boats, and 77 float planes for a total of 626 aircraft, while the Americans lost 241 Wildcats, 165 SBDs, 66 TBFs, 33 Iracobras, 10 Warhawks, 6 Lightnings, 21 PBYs, 27 B-17s, 5 Marauders, 28 seaplanes, and 5 amphibious aircraft, for a total of 606 planes. Again, most importantly, the US lost 150 Army, 113 Navy, and 140 Marine aviation personnel for a total of 420, while Japanese losses exceeded this number by 2 to 4 times, including most of their top quality and best trained aviation personnel. Thus, the impact of these losses was most severe for the Japanese Empire. Additionally, aircraft production also reveals another marked divergence, as the US commissioned 49,445 planes in 1942, while the Japanese only turned out 8,861. Meanwhile, on the ground, the IJA put around 31,400 men on Guadalcanal, evacuated 740 before Operation KE, and finally withdrew 8,290 men, making the fatality total about 22,370. Additionally, it should also be added that around 7,175 naval personnel served on the island, from which 2,375 were evacuated, so they lost about 4,800 naval personnel. Thus, it is estimated that the Japanese lost about 27,170 men. If we add up the estimated losses in the air and at sea, they lost a grand total of 31,913 lives. Against them, American ground losses included 1,207 Marines and 562 Army soldiers, for a total of 1,769 men out of about 60,000 committed to the Guadalcanal campaign. Once again, including losses in the air and at sea, Allied losses reached a grand total of 7,100 lives. Thus, Guadalcanal was not only the first milestone along the road to Tokyo, but it also inflicted irreparable damage on the IJN's air arm, severe attrition on her naval forces, irreplaceable losses on the skilled pilots and air crews that perished over and around Guadalcanal, and complete shell shock on the IJA units that survived the Island of Death. These losses would definitely have a profound impact on the development of the Pacific War in the future.